Particularly pleased that we're able to hold this event during the celebration of Tech de Monterrey's 80th anniversary. The WUN Presidents Forum is an annual event. It's an opportunity for us to explore an issue of consequence in some depth. And this year's forum on universities' contributions to environmental sustainability will examine how universities can and should be exemplars of best practice in environmental sustainability. And will give us it'll give us some pointers to how our members, acting in collaboration through the network, can enlarge their contributions. Following our opening keynote address, we'll have 3 panel discussions that explore major areas of responsibility in the universities, dealing with leadership in research, leadership in education and the curriculum, and leadership in policy and practice. But first, our keynote address, and I'm delighted to be able to introduce our speaker, Dr. Rodolfo Lassi. Dr. Lassi is Director for Climate Action and Environment for Latin America at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, and is the OECD's Special Envoy on Climate Matters to the United Nations. Before joining the OECD, Dr. Lassi was Vice Minister of Environmental Policy and Planning at Mexico's Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources. He was Chief Negotiator of Climate Change at COP19 to COP23, Co-Chair of the Global Methane Initiative, a member of the high-level group of the Global Environmental Outlook, the GEO6, and a board member of the Climate Action Reserve in California. Clearly, no one is better equipped to address us on the challenges that universities have to meet. Dr. Lassi.
Oops. Thank you very much, Peter, for your kind presentation, introduction, sorry. Well, good morning, everyone. Can you put the slides, please? First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the Worldwide Universities Network for extending an invitation to me and to the OECD for this highly captivating 3-day journey. Together, we will delve into the critical role of universities in shaping new paradigms and models to navigate the challenges of our future. We are immersed in an unprecedented environmental crisis on Earth, mainly due to human activities that have caused significant ecological environmental damage. These activities include urban sprawl, industrial production, construction of transportation infrastructure, and overexploitation of natural resources to provide water, food, goods, and services to more than 8 billion people in the planet now. The consequences of the environmental crisis are far-reaching and impact various aspects of life and the overall sustainability of the planet as we knew in the last century. Johan Roström proposed with other scientists this set of planetary boundaries to measure the environmental impact of development. But if you see this graph, you don't see the synergies that are among them, and this is something that we have to keep in our mind. At no point in history, this is true, have we possessed such an extensive understanding of our planet's inner workings as we do today. This is something amazing, but paradoxically, with this newfound knowledge of our environment, we are witnessing the alarming deterioration of life on Earth. Each analysis conducted by atmospheric laboratories in your universities or research centers, every study on plastic pollution conducted by ocean researchers, and every census of wildlife species performed by biologists in various ecosystems provides undeniable evidence of the crisis unfolding before our very eyes. In 2022, reassessment of the original 9 planetary boundaries indicates that 7 of these boundaries have now been transgressed. We are not living anymore in a safe operating zone. However, in the realm of sustainability, we have an agenda, a guiding framework for our actions. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, endorsed by world leaders at the United Nations in September 2015, represents a comprehensive and an ambitious plan to promote the well-being of people, the planet, and prosperity, with the overarching goal of leaving no one behind. With this agenda, our planet objectives include building a resilient and climate-neutral future while preserving Earth's natural resources for future generations. Our more recent report, The Short and Winding Road to 2030, issued last year by the OECD, deepens the analysis by looking at both current achievement and recent trends in the sustainable habits of our societies. For example, whether countries have been moving towards or away from the targets and how likely they are to meet their commitments by 2030. In brief, even before the pandemic hit, OECD countries, the most advanced nations in the world, are not on track to achieve these targets. Among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 5 specifically address the urgent need to heal and protect our planet from the detrimental impacts of human activity. Additionally, 3 other goals are closely intertwined with environmental sustainability concerns. Goal 6, for example, emphasizes the imperative of ensuring the availability and sustainable management of clean water and sanitation for all, a commitment that governments owe to the most vulnerable communities, I have to say. Goal 12, for example, urges us to adopt responsible patterns of consumption and production within a circular economy framework, mirroring, of course, the harmony observed in nature. Goal 14 calls upon us to embrace our role of guardians of life below water, promoting rational and sustainable use of species in oceans, rivers, and lakes. Goal 15 compels us to take immediate action to halt the staggering loss of biodiversity and the fragmentation of terrestrial ecosystems. Goal 13, closely aligned with the objectives of the Paris Agreement, focuses on climate action. It is intertwined with other goals, which aims to ensure affordable, reliable, clean, and modern energy for all, as well as Goal 11, which emphasizes the urgent need to develop sustainable, inclusive, safe, and resilient cities and human settlements, particularly in the face of extreme weather events that are related with climate change. Ultimately, these goals are vital for achieving Goal 3, which aims to secure healthy lives and promote well-being. From the established objectives and goals to protect the planet, only 3 have been achieved in OECD countries, and 2 are in a critical situation: endangered species and sustainable tourism, that is measuring the number of sustainable tourism strategies or policies and implementation action plans with agreed monitoring and evaluation tools. Several indicators have just increased their ambition in climate change, in biodiversity. I will talk about that later. And there is no information, or it is insufficient, in 30% of the indicators. This is the role that you can play for SDGs, because we need more data about the performance of our countries and societies. Among the other goals related to the planet, universal access to energy stands out positively. Not necessarily clean energy, of course, but we have a setback in mortality and diseases caused by pollution, particularly urban air pollution. Now let's take a look at the biodiversity problem. We are losing and fragmenting our ecosystems. More or less, every year we are losing 6.5 million hectares. We lost 85% of natural wetlands, 60% loss in vertebrate populations. No? So shame of us, of course, for these specific impacts. 70% of insect species are disappearing. In this combination of impacts of pollution, overexploitation, over-fertilization, and the use of non-adequate or friendly with the environment pesticides. And we are expecting to lose, of course, 99% of coral reefs, the most biodiverse ecosystems in the planet, if we reach 2 degrees in the near future. We have to mention that the human interference with biodiversity is really important. The last pandemic shows, of course, the problem that we face with that, but scientists estimate that zoonotic diseases account for 3/4 of new or emerging diseases in humans. So if we still changing our ecosystems in different ways, of course, we will have more pandemics, and we don't know which kind of pandemics will raise in the future. This is a summary that I made for the Kunming-Montreal outcomes, the COP15 that took place last year. It's a complex slide, but in this slide I would like to show that the goals to be achieved in this decade were defined, and as you can see, the quantitative targets have increased compared to those defined 10 years ago in Aichi. Now we need to reach 30% protection of all ecosystems and achieve their comprehensive management, as well as the restoration of degraded areas. So it is a commitment for our nations to do that. In the integration of climate and biodiversity objectives, the aim is for protected areas not to generate greenhouse gases, but rather to capture them, and to be free from pollutants such as plastics or pesticides. Similar to the Climate Convention, a financial mechanism for implementation was created. So this is something new, but it is a new set of quantitative objectives that we have to track. For the moment, we don't have enough information to see how our countries are performing. And regarding climate change, let me start with this color-coded map that shows global surface temperature anomalies. Normal temperatures are shown in white, considering normal as the average of the 30 years baseline period from 1951 to 1980. The slide represents the 5-year global temperature anomaly from 2018 to 2022. And in other words, the past 9 years have been the warmest years since modern record keeping began in 1880. And this means Earth in 2022 was about 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than the late 19th century average. This is because despite the international agreements such as the Climate Convention established in 1992 and the Paris Agreement in 2015, we have been unable to halt the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, especially carbon dioxide, as this slide is depicting. So we are putting too much effort in reducing CO2. But in addition to CO2, there is a set of 12 compounds or groups of compounds that regulate the temperature of the planet, either naturally or due to human activities. Not all climate forces are included in the climate agreements, only the 6 that were listed in the Kyoto Protocol, which means that to a large extent, we have applied the law of least effort to contain the problem. And that's how we have fared. Let me now show the methane graph. No? Methane is a powerful short-lived climate pollutant with a near-term warming capacity over 80 times larger than CO2 if we consider its 20-year global warming potential. Not only is it a greenhouse gas, it also plays an important role in generating ozone by photochemical processes in the atmosphere, a toxic gas with severe human or harmful effects to human health and the well-being of crops and ecosystems. Over the past 3 decades, methane concentrations have dramatically increased. After the Paris Agreement, instead of going down, methane emissions grew even faster and since have risen at an average annual growth rate of 8 parts per billion. This is a massive challenge that we are now facing. This slide shows the relevance of all greenhouse gases, especially short-lived climate forces, as methane, nitrous oxide, black carbon, that is soot from ships or from heavy-duty diesel vehicles, air conditioning gases, or even carbon monoxide that is mainly emitted by passenger cars. These short-lived climate pollutants are more relevant in climate policies this decade than CO2 due to its immediate toxicity and climate effects in the short run. We will be more able to avoid tipping points in the planetary weather system if we control both sets of greenhouse gases and short-lived climate pollutants, prioritizing them according with a 20-year matrix instead of a 100 years matrix established in the Rio Summit when climate science was not as evolved as today. So you can see in the graph the size of the positive effect in 10 years of all these short-lived climate pollutants that are at the end of the first row. This is the famous Hawkins graphs, which illustrates the with color bars how the average temperature of the planet has shifted from cold to warm year after year, from blue to dark red. And it shows what would happen if we continue on the business as usual mode, or if we truly align ourselves and our institutions, our countries, with the goal of climate neutrality. But in contrast, in the most recent report of the World Meteorological Organization 2 weeks ago, they are calculating that there is 66% likelihood that the annual average near surface global temperature between today and 2027 will be more than 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels for at least 1 year in that period. There is also 98% chance of at least one in the next 5 years, beating the temperature record set in 2016, when there was an exceptional strong El Niño, the ENSO phenomenon. The head of the World Meteorological Organization said that a warming El Niño is expected to develop in the coming months, and this will combine with the human-induced climate change to push global temperatures into uncharted territory. He also said that these will have far-reaching repercussions for health, food security, water management, and the environment. So we need to be prepared. Now let me tell you about this anecdote and this scientist research that Kerry Manuel is performing. Shortly before the Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, Dr. Kerry Manuel from MIT published a groundbreaking study that compiled historical knowledge worldwide regarding hurricane behavior. He deducted that for every additional degree Celsius in the ocean of temperature, hurricanes' wind speeds increase 25%. This is a rule of thumb. No? Immediately after Katrina, of course, he became a celebrity. And the press constantly asked him about the frequency of hurricanes with climate change since he claimed that hurricane intensity increased. Would there be more strong hurricanes in the future, was the question. And he said at that time that he didn't know, but he will find out. Shortly thereafter, and because it is very difficult to predict the future, he looked back and published an incredible, interesting paleoclimatology article showing how the planet was during the Pliocene, with an additional 2 to 3 degrees Celsius of temperature. At that time, he described that there was a condition of permanent El Niño. So the things that we are seeing right now in the planet. Later, the US Geological Survey created a map depicting how the Earth looked during the Pliocene and the types of ecosystems it had. And you can see here in this illustration that America alone, boreal forests dominated, and the geography was notably different. The Caribbean region, Florida, Panama, and the Baja California Peninsula did not exist at all. We can see also the adaptability of American ecosystems to a warmer planet. So there is an expansion of evergreen forests in the north or going through the north part of the planet. Continuing with America, recent studies and ecosystem adaptation to current temperature and humidity fluctuations, using new indicators too, reveal how boreal forests are showing greater resilience, expanding, of course, similar to the Pliocene area. So this is happening, and we have the evidence here in this recent research. But if we consider heat waves and droughts conditions, in this report of the United Nations and the Red Cross, we can observe that many areas, let me move to this one, will become uninhabitable relative soon for the communities currently settled there. So climate migration, along with the political conflicts and humanitarian tragedies it triggers, will, of course, be a massive and widespread worldwide problem. During Sharm el-Sheikh negotiations, parties included the metrics update that I was talking about and the methane issues in the COP27 decisions. I made this summary to look in just one slide, the main outcomes from the COP. And let me attract your attention to the numbers. The numbers, the money numbers, because you can add the pledges, donations in golden color, and see not the billions or trillions needed to avoid a planetary climate crisis, but only the few millions committed in Egypt. In terms of adaptation, the most urgent and important aspect to address is the establishment of early warning systems. This is because the first unwritten right that all inhabitants of the planet have is to know if our lives are at risk, if we're going to die in the next 15 minutes because or due to a landslide, a river flood, or a heat wave. This is something that is a pending, of course, action for many of our countries. We recently launched this report on net zero strategies. As the report specifies, let me quote, "Climate change is not the only challenge governments face. The scars left by the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's war against Ukraine have demonstrated the social and economic vulnerability of human systems and the threat that economic disruption can pose to climate policy resilience." I will show some numbers about that. At the same time, the world is grappling with long-term structural challenges, such as the rapidly changing labor market, aging societies. Yesterday we were talking about during the dinner, and of course, environmental impacts related to biodiversity loss, degrading ocean health, and others, of course. Addressing these challenges is the focus of the OECD-wide project Net Zero Plus, Climate and Economic Resilience in a Changing World. Many organizations are doing the same. They are trying to figure out how to address net zero targets. And outcomes achieved in countries across the worldwide will improve more quickly, we believe on that, if we all more systematically share data and information about what we are each doing to bring our emissions down. I'm sure these efforts are at the heart of the work of the WUN, as well as the OECD, and developing and using verifiable data sets based on mutually agreed methodologies to support better policymaking is really a task of our organizations. We have been seeing a ramp up of climate ambition, but near-term actions are clearly insufficient, are not well coordinated globally to avoid negative spillovers. We know that to achieve global net zero by 2050, a comprehensive set of well-designed, better coordinated, well-implemented climate plans is needed. Recent IEA analysis shows Sharm el-Sheikh's climate pledges by governments, if fully achieved, no greenwashing of course, will limit the global temperature rise to 1.7 degrees. This is an improvement from during COP27 from Glasgow, but nevertheless, much more is needed to align energy policies and investments to be faithful to the necessary trajectory of 1.5 degrees. Let's see what happens, of course, in the next COP in Dubai. So, is this zero paradigm possible? It's really a question because we are trying to be like that, no? With our car, but no environmental impacts at all. The IEA is part of the OECD family and is an important body when it comes to cooperation on energy policy and exchange of information on the development of world energy markets. One of their most recent publications before the COP in Glasgow, the Net Zero by 2050 report, is the world's first comprehensive study of how to transition to a net zero energy system by 2050 while ensuring stable and affordable energy supplies, providing universal energy access, and enabling robust economic growth. The report provides one possible roadmap to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 with key insights on what would be required worldwide. It is very difficult to read this slide, but a threefold increase in clean energy investment by 2030 is needed. Yeah? A significant scale-up of technologies that are currently at the demonstration or prototype phase is important. 50% of the technologies that we will need to reach net zero goals are not in the market. And well, we have, in contrast, this situation. No? But what is a real problem that we are facing right now, as I'm showing in this slide, is the amount of CO2 that the oil and gas can emit. So if we honor our words, our commitments, the oil and gas industry needs to leave almost 40% of developed reserves of fossil fuels unextracted, and they have to stop producing fossil fuels, of course, for the planet. But the problem is that we are supporting them even harder after the crisis. So we are providing more subsidies and more finance. So you can see that they are swimming in the trillions, and we are still waiting for the millions or perhaps the billions that we must dedicate to climate change. These are the probably or the possible roles of WUN, but let me just pick one of them, the foster partnership, because WUN can collaborate actively with the UN, governmental organizations, NGOs, businesses, and local communities to jointly develop and implement climate neutrality initiatives, decarbonizing or decarbonization roadmaps, These partnerships can leverage diverse expertise and resources to tackle complex environmental issues, as I describe here. And you have the knowledge, the skills, and the moral reputations to do so. So, finally, let me say that, well, we have some stormy clouds and waves, but I like this Rachel Carson quote because she was the first science-based environmentalist, and he said that the human race was challenged to prove its mastery, not of nature, but of ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions. People questions?
No questions. Okay. All right.
Thank you. So you identified many important areas in which there are big problems, and obviously they need solutions. Are there areas of neglect that universities, among this large constellation of research challenges, are there areas where universities are well equipped to help but have overlooked the problem?
Well, I think that there are new emerging problems that we are not addressing properly, and universities are in the best position to do that, to do it. Yeah. For example, the plastic ocean problem. We have more or less the idea of what is the problem, but because many of the debris in the oceans are moving through different media, in different levels of the ocean, and we don't know what happened in the ocean at all, in ecological terms, in physical-chemical terms. We have to discover what's going on there. There are, of course, new, very recent research on that, but it's the combination of a chemical change in the water quality of the ocean, the pollution that is not halt at the moment, the addition of new chemicals in the plastic, in the debris of from the cities, and there are also a loss of biodiversity that is changing the ecological cycles in very regions. For example, think in the Mediterranean Sea or in the Gulf of Mexico. We have anoxic areas without life because of overexploitation of over-fertilizations in agricultural areas. So the combination and the synergies, the analysis of the complexity of all these phenomena in the ocean is crucial because the planet is a blue planet, it's a water planet, and this is an area that we need to improve for sure.
Thank you. Martin, then Rocky.
Hi, I'm Martin Paul, rector of the Ruhr University in Bochum in Germany. Also relating to research, one of the problems we face, we're all doing research and then we publish, and 20 years later it may sometimes have an effect. And I wonder whether it is not a way to have some, what I call action research, to have a joint effort by consortia to sit down with you and your organization to really design research projects in a way that they don't lose. I mean, if you wait till everything is published and we've applied, it's too late, if I follow your
it's
presentation.
An excellent proposal.
Don't we need a new way of funding, supporting, and exercising our research to be of service? Because we all have the expertise in different ways in our universities, in many different faculties. So that's the conundrum we face, and I would like to reflect on that and have some insights.
Yeah. It is necessary, for sure, because we have always this silo approach of the problem. And well, the OECD is an economic organization. Now is more open. Now is having a horizontal project about the climate urgency. We are trying to include other experts or organizations in the daily work that we are doing to track SDGs, for example, because it's the first commitment we have, our countries have. But there are new indicators, there are new commitments that we have to address, and we need to track our performance on how we are reaching or not, or if we are in the way to reach the targets that are set. Let me just give you one example of the things that that are pending. No, the gender dimension in the environmental nexus with gender. No? We do not have indicators and information in SDG accounts about gender. No? For example, we count the number of dead people or people displaced by natural disasters, but we have to request information about how many of them were women, what kind of activities they were performing before, during, and after the extreme weather event, for example. But this is just an example. We are trying to see if countries are honoring, of course, their commitments to gender, to inclusive goals and policies. So it's a very good area for collaboration, for example.
Thank you very much. This is Rocky Tuan from Chinese University of Hong Kong. Great talk. There's one underlying thing that is making our goal to 2030, we're off target, so to speak. And that is the disparity in the commitment, financial commitment from countries of low income, low medium, and high income, high medium, and high income country. The latest figure I saw that I was looking up was that it ranges anywhere from 60% of GDP the SDG action items. So I'm just wondering how we can convince, we can do all the things we want to the maximum of our ability, but there's disparity in the income state of the different nations. And I'm just wondering how we can convince, we have to come up with something to tell them, if you do this, then we will get results. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, because that's an undercurrent that's behind all of this.
Yeah, first, I didn't talk about money or finance means for the implementation of these conventions, the biodiversity, the certification, and climate conventions. We have a lot of information about that, but that will be another talk. But it is true that now the financial system is reshaping themselves. They are trying to decarbonize the financial system, not only as institutions, but also their portfolio. And they are trying to set new rules, but for the moment are voluntary rules. No? ESG, performance rules are the most common in America, for example. They are trying to diverge financial assets to sustainability, to these net zero targets. They are now using climate risk assessment. They are testing many of their operations according with the new indicators that we are handling in SDGs or for the NDCs, no, the performance of our countries tracking the NDCs. And they are also developing methodologies that, by the way, this could be a contribution from the universities to align with science-based methodologies, their goals, their investment goals, and the materiality of the projects that they are supporting with money or with even advice and development of their enterprises. No, so this is something new to balance the unbalanced economic situations of many developing countries and developed countries. In my opinion, one of the areas that is important is technology transfer. It's the same situation like the one we saw during the pandemic. Developed countries have the low carbon technology, but developing countries need to massively deploy those technologies, and they are not the owners of the patents, or they are not producing solar panels or electric cars or many other devices that should be part of the solution. No? And we need to, of course, create more solutions with new technologies, and we have to be involved on that too.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
We now move to our first panel discussion on leadership in research. This session will explore some of the distinctive ways in which universities have built powerful, multidisciplinary research initiatives of the kind needed to address the really complex problems we've just been hearing about. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Ileana Rodriguez. Dr. Rodriguez is a distinguished faculty member at Tec de Monterrey, an opinion leader in national and international media, and a member of the Personnel Subcommittee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for people entering the diplomatic corps. She's president of the International Law Association of Mexico and is a member of the think tank of the Mexican Council of International Affairs, COMEX. She has served previously as Deputy Director of Research and Legislative Studies in the Legislative Information System of the Chamber of Deputies of Mexico. Dr. Rodriguez, please.
So, hi everyone. I don't know what to say after Dr. Lacey already said, but well, allow me to introduce the next panel, giving a brief introduction and then continue with our panelists. So please, if you are prepared to come with me, please. If we were to identify one issue that affects all life on the planet today, it would be sustainability. This is a topic that transcends disciplinary boundaries and communities in the sciences. The knowledge base, or what we know about any subject, is based on who is undertaking research and from what perspective. The implementation of the principles of sustainability in universities may include new ways of thinking. Therefore, it is crucial to place sustainability whenever possible central in research and curricula, and to translate its principles into practice through projects. University research has changed significantly in recent years to address multi-sectoral environmental problems The following are some of how universities have adapted their research to address these issues. 1. Interdisciplinary approach. Universities have started to adopt an interdisciplinary approach to teaching environmental issues. This approach involves bringing together experts from different fields, such as science, engineering, social sciences, and humanities, to work together to solve complex environmental problems. 2, focus on sustainability. Many universities have started to focus on sustainability as a core topic in their curricula and project research, which includes teaching students how to research sustainable development, renewable energy, and resource management. 3, experiential learning. Universities have started incorporating experiential learning opportunities. This includes field trips, internships, and research projects that allow students to gain hands-on experience in addressing environmental problems. 4, community engagement. Universities have started to engage with local communities to address environmental problems. This includes working with community organizations, government agencies, and businesses to develop solutions that benefit both the environment and the community. 5, technology integration. Universities have started integrating technology into their curricula to address environmental problems. This includes using data analytics, remote sensing, and other technologies to monitor and manage environmental resources. Universities have recognized the importance of addressing multi-sectoral environmental problems and adapted the research to prepare students to tackle these challenges. So, what are you doing to change the present and have a future? What challenges does sustainability research face? So allow me to introduce the panel. Today will be with us, I guess Don Freshwater is not here. Oh my God, okay. Welcome here, Vice Chancellor from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. We have in here Sue Harrison, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Internationalization from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. We have Ben Chung, and the second last name is quite difficult, Mahai Savarija, President from Mahidol University from Thailand. And of course, we have Andy Parfit, Vice Chancellor from University of Technology, Sydney. So please, if you want to go first, Don, go ahead, please. Oh my God, I guess we have a problem with the audio. Please wait a minute.
Oh, should be good now.
Okay, thanks.
Ata Marie, good morning, everyone. Warm Pacific greetings, and thank you, Ileana, and also thank you to our keynote speaker who really began with a very provocative session this morning, and I think reminded us of the importance of SDG 17, working in partnership, something that the World University Network is particularly good at, but of course, as we saw this morning, we have much more work to do. And of course, I'm actually here dialing in at 3:19 in the morning from the Pacific region, one of those areas that our keynote speaker pointed out is really at risk. So while I'd planned to be with you in person today, the demands can change very quickly, as we all know. I'm joining you from Auckland, New Zealand. And I'd really like to just spend the few minutes I have highlighting some of the experiences we have of the complex environmental problems confronting us that really give a particular nuance to the presentation from Rodolfo this morning and our transdisciplinary responses. So let me start by just reminding you, if you haven't been watching the news recently in the Pacific region, we had 90% of our annual rainfall in the first third of this year. I had to ask our students and staff to leave campus yet again, not because of the pandemic, but because of floods, cyclones, and extreme weather events. We've had 3 already this year. And I'm talking about the loss of life, floods, loss of houses no longer habitable, and urgent work on managed retreat. What we call Auckland's blue backyard, the Hauraki Gulf, is suffering a catastrophic collapse of biodiversity. a very real reason why the discussion today is so important. In the early months of the pandemic, our university embarked on a process to develop our new vision. It's known as Taumata Teite, Vision 2030 and Strategic Plan, and at the heart of it is our connection to place. What makes the strategy unique is it's absolutely embedded in our place and our uniqueness around our community and our Indigenous peoples, with whom we have a common commitment to ecological sustainable ecosystems. We recognise the role we play in creating fundamental solutions to address these unprecedented challenges that we've heard about this morning. Our strategy lists 4 key areas that we focus on and where we want to make an impact. One of those impact areas is leading the transition to sustainable ecosystems. And to deliver on those strategic goals, we've agreed to prioritise initiatives that invest and identify targeted international research partnerships that support transdisciplinary aspirations. Now, I heard Rocky's question at the end of the keynote, and maybe we could come back to that in the presentation, but also the comment that was made by Martin around just the way in which we accelerate the pace of our research to deliver on some of these agendas. We also need to think about how we invest in university and industry collaborations differently from a transdisciplinary perspective, and how we foster and collaborate creative opportunities for cross-disciplinary collegiality through social and intellectual interaction, not just research. The social and intellectual interaction is actually part of what we do with public education, and it's what we do more in terms of the SDG 4s. So I'm proud to say that we are advancing and realising that vision. One of the key mechanisms that we've used to realise the ambition is Hikina Kia Tutuki, or Rise to the Challenge. This initiative was introduced in 2021, and it's supporting the establishment of flagship university research centres where our applicants had the funding to support these centres, which really have to demonstrate how they intend to lift themselves to meet the intergenerational challenges and aspirations of the communities that they engage with. The funding was actually built around demonstrating transdisciplinary approaches and included a requirement to evidence engagement with communities to define national and global challenges that require a multidisciplinary response. The result was that we have the establishment of 7 transdisciplinary university research centres, and they're focusing on pioneering research funded through one of 2 new funds established to support that transdisciplinary research. One of the 7 centres is our Centre for Climate, Biodiversity and Society, a transdisciplinary innovation and collaboration research, education, engagement that's responding to the challenges of attaining sustainable futures and collective well-being. One of the centres is led by Professor J.R. Rowland, who's a geologist, and she describes this work as a connection, a collaboration and an opportunity, seeing experts inside the university and people with wisdom and knowledge outside the university working together to make changes and inform decisions and behaviours. I think we heard from our speaker this morning that it's the behaviours that lead to creating new technology. He talked about tech transfer and that capacity that positively impacts climate, biodiversity and society. So society and intellectual connection and collaboration. The Transdisciplinary Centre that I've just mentioned works across boundaries, both within the university and externally. So relationships are at its core. Now, why that's important? Because actually, if you think about the place-based strategy that I've just talked about that the university's embarked on, at the heart are our Indigenous peoples. And a Māori traditional knowledge, Mataranga Māori, is actually based around relationship. And one of the key elements to the success of our research is that very relationship, those relationships externally that need to be nurtured and developed. Now, this is not easy. It brings a completely different way of working across the university. It's challenging culture and it's challenging structures within the university. It's challenging the ways that we work together. But it's already starting to lead to networks locally and globally with communities of purpose, not just communities of practice, communities of purpose who share common aspirations. I mentioned that the Centre is one of 7 funded through our new funding mechanism, and we've set up a second fund to support that research, the Transdisciplinary Ideation Fund. And that encourages a deeper understanding of transdisciplinarity across the university research community in the nature of that increasing collaboration. We've had 2 funding rounds to date and grants worth between $16,000 and $40,000 US have been awarded. The initiatives are interesting. They draw on science, education and social work faculties working together. And they're looking at Auckland's resilience to climate change, environmentally sustainable, fair and just futures. They're also bringing the arts and engineering and science faculties together who looked at a project on zero carbon and the sustainable space sector. And I just want to put a plug in here for the presentation we heard this morning around methane. We've actually worked with Rocket Lab in our space industry to put a methane lab satellite up into our atmosphere, which is monitoring real-time methane emissions for us to be able to respond to. I guess what I would say, just by way of closing, as we hear from our other panelists this morning, is that we're really motivated to align our university research centres to the WUN collaborations of mutual interests. One of the 7 centres, the one I mentioned, the Centre for Climate, Biodiversity and Society, actually really lends itself to much of what's happening across the WUN network already. And it takes in centres such as ageing research, brain and cancer research, Pacific and global health research, and Māori and Pacific housing research, again, related to the SDGs. Important that we're having this discussion today and the panel will have a chance to respond to some of your questions. I just conclude by saying it's beholden upon us to drive transdisciplinary research in response to the world's environmental crises. And we can do that with the levers, such as the funding mechanisms I've mentioned, but only if we're willing, as universities, to change our internal structures, to challenge our internal mechanisms and our internal rules, and in doing that, forging new connections through our changed and transformed communities of purpose and indeed our changed cultures internally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawn, for your presentation. And as we have right now, what about you, Sue? Could you present your ideas, please?
Thanks very much, Ilana. I've got some slides which are going to come up, I believe. So I'm from the University of Cape Town, and I thought as I spoke today, I'd introduce some of the aspects around how we're working at the University of Cape Town, but also link them into our collaborative work. So we too have a Vision 2030, also born in the early stages of COVID. It seems many of us did this. And I put up here the 4 goals and our what we call massive transformative purpose around our research, which actually, similarly to Dawn, no pre-caucusing here, positions us very strongly in place in unleashing knowledge in, for, and from Africa to redefine and co-create a sustainable global future. And I think that links into really the importance of the topic now about research and environmental sustainability and how they come together. We have 5 strategic areas, and you can see that really each of them, in some ways, does talk into the environmental sustainability space. And each of these is also viewed to be cross-cutting of disciplines. So the university has, over the years, built a suite of interdisciplinary institutes and centers and units, which work on matters of environmental sustainability, and I've just given you a spattering of them here. For instance, ACDI is our African Climate and Development Initiative, and it together with CSAG, the Climate Systems Analysis Group, very involved in, on a world scale, at analyzing climate events, climate impact, working on the IPCC, very strongly involved in the Africa chapter, etc. So strong, well-connected groupings collaborating with universities around the world. Equally well, we have Future Water. It's an interdisciplinary institute set up about 6 years ago. And as an example in its work, it's very focused on water sensitivity, works strongly with the Cape Town city and with our province at understanding water flows in our area. So Future Water were absolutely central in our Day Zero water crisis in Cape Town in 2018, both in developing communications for the city as a whole, but also in how we responded as a university. Very involved in the advisory groups there. And similarly, African Center for Cities looks at informal urbanization across Africa. And that too is centrally based on how we deal with environmental sustainability. So these centers have built up over the years. They are interdisciplinary, but we feel the need to do more than this. They're interdisciplinary, they work across the world, they have got strong contributions to discussions in our country. They use data from the province and the city, all critical things, but we felt the need to extend beyond this. So this is what I call my spaghetti diagram. If we truly are going to unleash knowledge in for and from Africa, we need to work from our deep disciplines that we have in our faculties or schools across our universities, and we need to work out how we pull together the knowledge from each of these areas to address the global challenges. And based where we are, we have a lot of challenges which we can really make a difference on in the short term. So the question is, how do we then pull expertise from very different parts of the university to work on a common problem in a way that has impact without having to wait those many years? Martin's question earlier on. And so we have worked with this to develop networking across the university to try and build our researchers to actually know who else are working on similar problems. During COVID, I brought researchers together across the university from all faculties, all working on COVID. I introduced many of them to each other, people who had worked in the university for 20 years. So how do we do that in areas of importance? So this is one thing we're really trying to do. We have established a global challenges projects, programs and pilots, which allow us then to encourage researchers to put together projects which bring different faculties together, but also stakeholders from our region, from our outside of the university. And we've got our first 2 programs and 4 pilots running, and really interesting the way in which researchers have coalesced themselves right across from humanities to health sciences to engineering. And I thought that I'd speak specifically then on one such project, which is Kusele Kamva, our Sustainable Campus Initiative. And while I'm talking very specifically about UCT, I think these are initiatives that can be important across the world. Maybe I just want to put in here as well, we talked about aging populations earlier on. It's important to realize that in Africa, 60% of our population is 25 years old and younger. And so what becomes really important is how do we work with our students and their families to really take on the way this world needs to work. And so we created this project to build UCT's environmental sustainability strategy, to build ways of doing things, and really to build an awareness of our green campus. So we're bringing together UCT academics, researchers, support staff across all levels, and students across all levels. So from the cleaners to those who run our finance services, to build a more green campus. We have 5 focal areas: the carbon energy footprint, sustainable approach to water, the waste, energy, food, water nexus, wildlife, waste, and art nexus. We're on the edge of a mountain, we have lots of wildlife, and establishing a socially responsive campus community of practice. And so this is being built then through 5 teams who involve, each of them involves students and support staff and researchers and so on. The team on energy and carbon footprint are modeling how the university energy systems work. They do this for the country and the city and so on in any case. They're looking at the impacts of the initiatives we can take. Remember, we're a very strongly coal-based electricity country, and we're being slow in changing that, so how do we as a university change that? They're looking at aspects of PV, etc. The waste, energy, food, water nexus are looking at everything from our wastewater through to food waste from our residences, through to creating green walls to have better, green walls for better energy use, and the ability to create bioenergy on campus. The water team are looking at water collection on campus, the water sensitive environment, but also how we handle our wastewater. They're looking at urine collection and the production of fertilizer from urine. You know, a lot of the energy that we use in this world comes from is used for the Haber-Bosch process to make fertilizer, and yet that N2O that you saw there is dealing with our greenhouse gases. So they're looking at then being able to do urine separation, repurpose all that nitrogen into fertilizer, etc. Our Waste Wildlife project looks at how we use pesticides on campus, the different wildlife on campus, and using forms of art to communicate this entire project to our students. And then the last team are creating a community of practice across the campus to get students to be facilitated into how they actually, and staff, and our workers and our support staff, or to be facilitated into how they can take this into their own spaces and their own ways of life. So following our early work, we are now working towards building living laboratories on the campus, and so we'll build pieces of the campus which are powered like this, the waste treated, taking these parameters into account. The whole environment is set up based on this kind of integrated sustainable project. And I thought it might be interesting to share this project, because I think that one of the things we could do as well in our network is to share examples of this across things other people are doing on their campuses, and also to share, as Dawn spoke of, also these complex projects that we're now beginning to run, going back to my Grand Challenges projects, where we need our universities to run differently. We need to be able to make those connections, we need to be able to pull people together to work together, and we need to make the functionality of our universities enable that. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective, Sue. So allow me to introduce Dr. Andrew. We would like to listen what you have for us today. Thank you.
Let me begin just by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, which we heard last night at One, two. Turn the microphone off. So we heard last night the effect of colonisation on local peoples, and the celebration in there as well of through the dance of their cultures being acknowledged. We do the same thing in Australia. We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which our campuses and our communities are. And like many Indigenous peoples, our Indigenous peoples were displaced, dispossessed of the land. And given the topic of conversation today, it's an intriguing thought as to what could have been, given the fact that they were custodians for many millennia of the land in a way that was sustainable, in a way that was reflecting the environment in which they worked. Recovering some of those Indigenous knowledges, as Dawn pointed out earlier on, I think is such an important element of us coming to terms with what our future looks like and acknowledging the past. And if we look back at the past as universities as well, it is kind of intriguing, isn't it, that in the 21st century we still structure ourselves largely like the universities of the Middle Ages. We have our faculties, sometimes we call them divisions, separation. we certainly are doing it for the right reasons, in the sense that disciplinary knowledge and deep disciplinary knowledge and the advancement of disciplines is an important element. But how do we bring the richness of all of those together? So 25 years ago, last year, at UTS, the Institute for Sustainable Futures was formed as a transdisciplinary institute. Outside the faculties, it had engineers, but it wasn't an engineering institute. It had lawyers, but it's not a law institute. And the idea being to bring some of this problem solving to some of the big problems. So they work in areas such as water, energy, policies associated with the cycle economy, a whole range of areas, work very extensively with business and industry and the community and government. And so all of that brings together. But the framing of it across the university is actually quite hard. And that move from a traditional structure, you can't do it just with one or two or several institutes. You actually need an institutional framing to do it. So that's where I think the Sustainable Development Goals came in. In 2017, the Institute for Sustainable Futures, working with Monash University, I think Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand, Macquarie University, put together a quite useful document about how you can use the Sustainable Development Goals to progress a sustainability initiative as an institutional whole. So I think what we discovered after quite a period of time is that to actually make the impact that you want to, you need it to be systematic, you need to have good anchor points for being able to execute a strategy around what sustainability research looks like. And that's been that's been very helpful. I think, like most of our universities, staff, students are very passionate about environmental sustainability, but passion has to translate into action, and that's the point of using the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have two key documents. We have a sustainability report each year, and we have a social justice report, because we recognise that the SDGs span a range of different areas. And in a sense, they're not KPIs. They're actually a narrative around how the university is contributing to the advance, and how its faculties, how the processes and techniques we're using are making a difference. So beyond that, where we need to move to, I think, is to work out how we can systematically build that across the community. I should state up front, I'm not a fan of rankings. I know that their purpose is there. Music's good too. I'm not a fan of rankings, but you know, you will all know the Times Higher's impact ranking, which is based on Sustainable Development Goals, and I think that's a good thing, right? So we came out 14th, right? But next year will be 100 or whatever. It'll bounce up and down. So you can't be obsessed by the number or the rank. What it helps is accountability. It helps us actually put together the measures that will make a difference for our communities. So then, where are the three areas I think that we need to do just to finish up? They need to keep moving. The first one, I think, is your organisational framing has to be consistent and supportive. So if we tell academics that you're going to work in a transdisciplinary environment, that has to be recognised and rewarded. I think academics are perfectly comfortable working in multidisciplinary environments, pretty comfortable working in interdisciplinary, where you're sort of creating another type of knowledge. But where you're actually working outside those disciplinary constraints, what does that look like? What does it look like for a career that for academics is generally modelled on what other people are doing? So how can we move them to another paradigm? So your promotion processes, grants and awards, all of the celebrations that the university has have to recognise this in a real and material way. The second area is none of this can happen without very meaningful partnerships, and actually going well beyond partnerships to relationships. What we've developed at UTS is a framing to try and characterise the nature of those partnerships, because you know, we like doing stuff that gives us measures and things like that. But it helps, because it helps us actually not only recognise when you're going from a grant-funded project where the only relationship is that somebody gives you some money to do something, through to an area where you're going to partner with several organisations, have a shared and mutual agenda, mutual benefit being declared and evolved. So a proper recognition again for staff in research area that the effort that they put into building relationships as part of the outcome is worth doing, and it is recognised. The last one is particularly pertinent to World Universities Network. None of the problems we're trying to solve are local, right? They're global problems. They all have a local manifestation. Locally, we would see the impact of climate change and ecosystem impacts. Well, we've heard from previous speakers some of the local impacts, but it's a global problem. So I was really pleased that we reaffirmed at the Partnership Board yesterday at WUN that a global diverse community is important to us in our collaboration for actually delivering outcomes in the future. And again, the links that we provide for our academics to engage in that and our researchers to engage in that are critical to the success, and they need to be recognised as well.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's very interesting, all you think you already said. Please go ahead with Ban Chong, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. This is the second year of Mahidol University to be WUN's members. And this is the first time for me to join as a participant. Last year, my vice president joined the WUN meeting in Lausanne. Anyway, this is the opportunity to give some information about Mahidol University. Our inception from hospital in 1888 and become first medical school in Thailand, and also we are very active in health science. And we become of the medical science universities in 7 years ago, and become a comprehensive university in 1965. And anyway, we have a lot of campus. The main campus located in 20 kilometers far from the center of the Bangkok, so-called Salaya campus. This campus will be the place for the first year students to stay and stay together of all faculties, so that they can make friends, know each other and working together before they separate to each faculty, let's say a faculty of medicine, nursing, and so on. And as you may know, that UN has MDG goals, 8 MDG goals, which are more in healthcare system and not involved mostly in higher education. But after MDG goal transfer into SDG and mention about the higher education have to participate, which is very important. At that time, we are concerning about the ranking system, UI Green, which is our neighbor, Indonesia, University of Indonesia. We are the members of the ASEAN University Network and encourage us to participate, and we join that with the ambition that we try to comply to the objective to be a green universities, which mostly this is the 3 key issue is the resource efficiencies, low carbon generations, and also engagement to the communities. And after that, when SDG has been more advertisement and the government tried to encourage all the higher education to engage to SDG goals, we adapt our eco-university policy into eco-university and sustainable policy since 2021, and we have our own vision and mission. I would say that the key of the issue at the campus, we try to simplify the problem. The key problem of the sustainable, we can summarize into a major key issue. The first one is energy. Energy that's, at this moment, energy, sometimes it is very essential for daily livings. And the energy mostly comes from using some kind of producing some waste and compromise our environment. So we have to think about, can we minimize the compromising effects from the energy creations by or some things. The second key is water. Because we are located in the agriculture countries, water is very essential for agriculture activities. So if the water deficit, we will have a lot of troubles. And the plant will be difficult to grow or plant. The third one is the waste products. The waste will harm a human being and also life on land and also life under waters. So this is the main key that we have to acknowledge or try to emphasize this to our students. And the campus is the place where the students are living together. So we try to make the campus as a living lab demonstration of our policy and our strategy to resolve the problem. Let's say for the campus, we try to create efficiency to using the energy. We try to create solar rooftop instead of ordinary electrics. And the waste management, let's say about the water, we can replace or reuse the water consumption. We ban the plastic bag. We making the water to be clean and reuse it effectively. And we also put the curriculums concerning about SDG in any items that we can insert into that, and also setting the event to educate our students. And this is the eco-university and sustainability policy of Mahidol University. We emphasize about the sustainable growth, sustainable resources, and also sustainable societies. We try to have our operation as demonstration for the students. And this is our project of 920 for 9 years and 9 steps to reduce the greenhouse gas to be zeros, 100% net zero emissions by the year 2030. And this is the 9 step. We use renewable energies, resource efficiencies, clean energies and transportation. Within Saraya campus, we use electric trams, and green area carbon removal, and green procurement, research technology for carbon capture and reductions, plant-based consumption, zero waste to landfill, monitor and improvement. And we are ranking as top green university in UI Green Metrics for 5 years consecutively. Many years ago, and these 2 years we were ranked in second of our nations. But actually, the ranking is higher in 46 of the UI Green Metrics, which is our ambitions. And also the Time Higher Education Impact ranking, we ranked 101. Why 101? Because the top 100, it's only one score above us. So it's assumed that we are 101 positions. And for the clean energy and water, this is the activity that we try to perform in another campus, which is located in uphill location that in the former time we utilize a lot of electricity. Now we can replace by solar rooftop and also try to using the flowing water to create energy to replace the use of electrics. And the management of PM 2.5, which is a nation problem now because of the burning of some kind of waste nearby our countries, including Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam. So the pollution flows along the area of ASEAN countries. And Thailand, which is located very near to these countries. We have problem with the PM 2.5 during the winter times. And we try to have, using our knowledge concerning about the identify the PM 2.5 generations, which kind of transportation, and we can have the application to calculate about the PM 2.5 in any place, and also the way we transport in daily living, which can reduce the chance to consume too much of PM 2.5, and join with other organizations to create data for our populations. At Mahidol University, we have a lot of cluster try to using our multidiscipline to resolve or address the global problems. And this is one of the cluster emerging contaminants and environment innovation research lab, and they are actively in doing several things for the activity for SDGs. And this one also another group that we have connection with many foreign institutions to address several kinds of health problems and also the water qualities. This is the outline that we try to give you for initial information. Anyway, Thai government also emphasized about the policy of BCG, so-called B from biodiversities. We try to utilize our advantage of diversity for economies, and the circular economy that will be minimized for the utilize of the waste and also the resources and green energy. I would say that our former king, late King Bhumibol, mentioned about self-sufficient philosophies. Because of in the former time, there are groups mentioned about the sustainability of our global levels, that we consume too much resources, that we exploit resources that it is the right for our next generation. Because of the business school try to create demand, more demand, excess demand to have create more products, utilize more resources and produce more waste. This is come from inner of our needs. We consume too much because we have demand too much more than the needs that we should have. So we consume more resources, and it will minimize or compromise to our next generation to utilize the resources, and it will take time for the West to recover. So we put a lot of trouble to our next generation because they will have less resources and also burden with the waste production that we create at this moment. And every country try to find the solution, but our King Bhumibol mentioned about the solution firstly come from yourself. You have to create less demand. So self-sufficient is very important. It's this inner responsibility. Even yourself, even business person, even any private sector, you have to think about you consume too much or you compromise our resources or you create more waste and damage our global levels. And I would say that because of in the past time, they mentioned about global warming, climate change, but anyway, it's very complex and related together. One thing that I would mention that somebody will not heard about this, if one temperature increasing of our global, you will expand a lot of tropical zone. You understand that? And the people in tropical zone will be affected. More than 100 million people. And the tropical diseases will expand more. And some kind of organism that in the former time it has been freezed. If the temperature increasing and melting, this pathogenic organism will come up. And this is a problem. And I think because we are in the health science specialty, we're thinking about that. The tropical diseases will be expand, and travels among countries will create very fast exponent, like a COVID. Perhaps it's come from a mutation. Temperature increasing, one temperature is will enhance some kind of faster the a mutation or survival of some organism that will be toxic to our human being. So this is some point that I will address about the well-being for our people from temperature increasing, climate change. And temperature increasing will harm to our agriculture countries. The water will be deficit, and the plants will not be effectively planted. And how can we have a food security? This is a lot of trouble that we have to think about. So this first slide, I just mentioned about this first. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Banchong. And I mean, it has been a pleasure to be here. It's a privilege to be with you. I have some questions for all of you, so if you don't mind. I would like to say that if I see environmental problems can be complex due to many reasons. For example, their scale, as they mostly transcend politically defined boundaries and make us question what is a local, national, or global public good, or the interdependencies among science fields that requires an understanding of dynamics between physics, biology, sociology, economics, and therefore also solutions that will consensus among them. Also, the statistical behavior of environmental phenomena can make it challenging to communicate the facts behind their causes, historical evolution, and likely future impacts. Do any of these complexities seem familiar in what your interdisciplinary approaches are trying to tackle? What others would you highlight? In your opinion, what kinds of research models have proven to be the most effective in tackling these complexities? Maybe Don wants to go first.
Thank you, Ileana, and thank you to the panelists for that really insightful discussion. For me, in terms of the difficulties facing us around pursuing transdisciplinary research, we have to still determine what are the right levers to encourage this research within our institutions, and Andrew really pointed to this. We can establish the funding mechanisms, and we can do all manner of things, including picking winners, and that's quite important because, of course, we're saying other research goes unfunded or has less funding when we're suggesting that we're going to support funding that crosses transdisciplinary boundaries and is focused on addressing some of these key issues. But there's actually another complexity, which I don't think we always talk about. We talk a lot about our academics in the way in which they support the transdisciplinary nature of this research. And it was useful to hear Sue talking about what they're doing on the campus around involving the cleaners. We've got the same situation where everybody's involved in our approach to composting and thinking about net carbon zero. But actually, when you look at research, the back room of the university is not set up for transdisciplinary ways of working. So we've got all these academic standards and processes, and we're incentivising transdisciplinary collaboration across our academic teams, and yet our backroom functions are not set up necessarily well for that way of working. And so I think that's something we've really got to try and tackle if we want to be supportive in a sustainable way of this sort of research. I think one way of getting buy-in, if you think about that cross-disciplinary, transdisciplinary challenge that you've just outlined for us, Ileana, one way of getting buy-in is to start with your strategy and ensure that your university community, and I don't just mean the staff, students, etc. on campus, I mean the whole community, and for us this was our Mari and Pacific communities also, are consulted on that strategy so that you have the support of the university community to do that. We talked, it was interesting hearing both Andrew and also Bang Chong talk about rankings and the comment about rankings not being the end point themselves. That's correct. But when we were number one the first year of the Times Higher Impact Sustainability Rankings. And I can tell you that really focused people's attention, because what they did not want to lose that position. And even now we're at number 9, and that innate competitiveness within the institution is felt across all areas, not just the academic areas, all areas. Nobody wants to drop out of the top 10. And that's not a KPI that we have. It's actually that people are coalescing as communities of purpose and communities of practice around really establishing ourselves as leading in this space for our communities, which may translate globally across different geographical boundaries, of course, but really wanting to show that we're committed to delivering on these agendas. So there are a number of incentives there, and some of them not necessarily the ones we might think of in terms of thinking about our back rooms and the way in which we have our support function supporting transdisciplinary ways of addressing research to look at some of the challenges around the environment that you've outlined.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Look, I agree with Dawn that the signals are really important in institutions, but as I said, I think the passion for it is not always matched with the how do you do it, and that I think is a key piece that we have to rethink. So let me give you an example of a really good, ultimately transdisciplinary project that drew on some really deep technical research, and those research, so we're generating wireless technologies and 5G, right? We're a University of Technology, that's what we do, it's cool stuff. Deep technology development, not connected with the actual problem to which it's being applied, but the capacity to be able to take those sorts of research and be able to bring them together. It actually needs some people with a different set of skills. So I think increasingly we're seeing that we're investing in the facilitators and the brokers who can bring it together, and not just assuming that for those of us who've grown up in a fairly traditional academic way, that we just know how to do it. So it's the same with partnerships, and the very easy thing to do is to sort of a bilateral partnership where one person pays you the money and then you do the work and you deliver a report. That's easy, right? But when you've actually got multiple stakeholders and you're trying to build a constituency around a problem and bring in researchers who will see value from their different parts, it needs a different set of skills. So that's where we're starting to see that emerge in some of our research leaders in institutes. They come from a different type of background. They may not be the infinite H-index researcher that's been working for 40 years around a very narrow technology or whatever. They may well be embody a different set of skills that enables it to happen. And I think that's where the magic might start.
Well, Don and Andrew brings up an interesting point. What do the rest of you think? Sue.
Thanks. I'm happy to come on. Yeah, I'm happy to continue on the same line. I think we really do need to think hard about how we arrange our universities and how we work within our universities to maximize these kind of studies. At the moment, I think we are driving them through the highly committed, those who are prepared, who feel so passionately about what we need to do that they put aside the career progression and so on, and they just go for where we need to be. We'll need to sort that out with time. We'll need to match this much better. So some of the things which I think we've been enjoying thinking about, other than what I've already spoken, is we have a school for design thinking, and that really is allowing us to put people on a very equal footing, whether you're a student or come from the community or a professor, to brainstorm very differently, to think very differently about projects. That's bringing some really creative thinking into our space. So how we move that across the university, I think, is really key. I think a second thing we've realized is there's actually a huge amount of data. There's a huge amount of data in academia that we haven't done with what we need to be doing with. And so how do we bring together really data jamborees, data intensive ways of reanalyzing what we have? And so something we're thinking about. And then the final thing I want to say here in the sort of translation of transdisciplinary research is to really get at what it is we have to be doing, to get at how we take that real expertise of the person who's been working 40 years in the field, in the subject. We need to be able to get to those who are going to use it. And so a really efficient way of building our field workers into the system, of building those who can be in the community listening and translating that back to the academic space, and then translating the academic questions into the community at all levels, I think is something that we're going to have to do quite differently, and it's a space where we're beginning to think hard. Thanks.
At Mahidol University, I myself simplify the method to teach my students about how to achieve what your objective. Because we understand that there are 3 keys of failure to achieve what you need. The first one is failure to see. They don't understand the problem. They don't know. So failure to see is very important. We have to inform, we have to inspire, we have to stimulate them that we are in the troubles. As you may understand that the scientists in 40 years ago mentioned about the world we need, or the world we want in 1987, come into SDG policy. It takes time, almost 40 years. So failure to see is our policy makers and also higher levels to inform, to teach our students, to acknowledge them about the problem. The second key is failure to move. Failure to move. They don't know. They understand the problem, but they don't understand how to move to resolve the problem. We, as higher education, we are the area of concentration for experts. No any place, no any institution have diverse of experts located inside institution. Higher education is the institution that have most diverse and almost complete expertise in everything. So higher education is very important. And how to utilize their expertise to give the information to solve the problem. It cannot be solved by single discipline. We have to collaborate. We have to collaborate. As I mentioned about one temperature increasing, what will happen? The ice will melt. The pathogenic organism has been freezed in the former time. Maybe happen. Wider of the tropical zone. Several things we have to discuss. Broaden of opinions. Understand more and find a solution together. And the third key is how failure to finish. Because this wars take time, it's marathon, it's not a fast resolving project, it's marathon. We need collaboration, we need funding, we need several things to encourage, to collaborate. So this is the way that we try to make our students understand. So we create knowledge. We have events, we invite expertise to give a message, and we teaching them by example within the campus, and also we have several monitorings. For the ranking, I would say that a ranking system, although we do not pay most emphasis on the location of position, but we understand the advantage of ranking. They have some frameworks, some guidelines that if we understand the criteria for a ranking system, we understand that what we have done, what else that we have not. So we understand that and we monitor. This is the role that we use the criteria of ranking to benefit our cultures, our universities. And although we are ranked lower because there are new new entry, they perform better than us. And we can understand that we perform and we comply to the thing that global issue has been mentioned about these topics. So we try to utilize the ranking system for our benefit to the community. This is the way that Mahidol University try to perform. Thank you.
Much, and let's explore that from another angle. So this is my following question. The most significant complexity of our times is that science has been politicized in fake news area. For example, the portrayal of the climate emergency as woke or trendy, environmentalist challenges all science available, indicating how climate change already multiplies poverty and deepens inequality. How do you see the role of your multidisciplinary initiatives in countering this politicization of environmental science? So please, Dawn, if you want to go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you, Ileana. So a couple of things from me. One is that if we think about the infodemic, and universities are part of that, of course, we're generating huge amounts of data as well. It's also starting to assist our students and our communities to discriminate between misinformation, disinformation, and information. So we have a vital role to play in terms of the way in which we instruct through critical thinking and the information that we share to help our communities to understand and dissect the differences between those different sorts of information that comprise the infodemic. One of the projects, and Rocky's university is involved in this as well as David actually, one of the projects that we're currently looking at as a group of universities is the development of a misinformation index across the Asia-Pacific Rim, and thinking about the way in which misinformation and the way in which it is developed and used informs and impacts the economies of these nations across the Asia-Pacific Rim. Now that's important because we've used COVID as the benchmark to develop our misinformation index. But what we're going to be doing actually is now starting to use that tool, the device that we've developed in the indices, to apply it to misinformation around climate change and sustainability. And I think this is a really significant role that we have to play as universities. It's central to our identity to be able to help people discern not only what is useful evidence to be able to apply, how to understand it, how to critique it, how to synthesize, how to analyze, but also where to get the sources of information and how to actually differentiate between them. But importantly, we're also talking about prosperity and wealth. And that was mentioned by Rodolfo this morning. You know, investment is going to be really dependent upon prosperity and wealth of different nations. And those people that are working, the nations working on tech transfer, don't necessarily have the wealth or not necessarily causing the emissions that they're working on to try and solve. So there's a huge issue here about looking at the ways in which misinformation impacts economies and their ability to invest and our ability globally to invest in some of the solutions that our researchers will produce. One final comment from me relates to education, because this is not down to us in this room. I think we all know that. It's not even down to all of our academics. We really need to think about sustainability from an educative point of view. And when we think about the Future 17 goals and the Future 17 Global Education Programme that bridges the worlds of higher education and work, we need to make sure that our students are well prepared as employees, as future citizens, as future leaders, to take on multi-institutional, multidisciplinary approaches to using information to guide the world of work and the decisions that are being made.
Thank you. And for to hear what Sue might think.
Thanks very much, and I'd like to build on that a bit. I think how we share information is so important. So, particularly in multicultural environments, and as we've spoken a lot about the different cultures in the lands that many of us come from, I think the need to recognize different ways of thinking, being, and doing becomes really critical in being able to, and then how that impacts on the sharing of information, to allow information to come onto the table from different spaces and not to put conventional Western information into a space of higher consideration. And I think that our tendency possibly to have done this over the years has led to some of the distrust of information. And so for me, communication now just becomes absolutely central to how we move forward. So I think there are times of misinformation which are quite intentional, but I think there's a lot of misinformation which is quite unintentional, and that becomes that needs to be very intentionally worked with through communication. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I think you want to dig into
Slightly different take on it, because I think it's not only a mistrust in information, there's a mistrust in institutions, and that's now starting to impact on universities as well. Politics does matter. I know Sandra's lived through that in Brazil, and we've had conservative right-wing politics impacting on sort of an undermining of a role of universities in the context of the public discourse. I think that matters as well. So somehow we need to continue to do that. I'm a pragmatist, right? So we are communities where academic debate, intellectual discourse is just fundamental to what we do, and we have to uphold that. We also have to realise that the trust that will be built will be by contributing to the solutions. So certainly parts of university communities will engage in debate and enter that fray, and should, right? They should. But for us, really, as we continue, if these challenges are big enough, it's actually how we marshal our resources to do it in spite of, rather than because of, the environment in which we work.
Okay, Professor Van Chung, please go ahead.
I want to comment something more. I'm favored in about the power of three. So as I mentioned, that we try to simplify the problem into three categories, and try to encourage the research concerning about these three problems. The first one is energy. The energy, the first one. And we have to find how we can, using other kind of energies, green energy or some things that we would not compromise to our environment. The second one is the water, as I mentioned. How can we utilize water, sufficient water in the future, and clean enough for sanitations, and how to detect about the pollution come from other, like plants, like some kind of fish, to determine that there is something happen, abnormality or contamination or anything else, using as an indicator by plants or by some kind of fish, something like this. And the last one is waste. So how can we minimize the waste so that we cannot make it to compromise our environment? These all three. By using another three to resolve is replace, reduce, and recycle. That's we try to make it simple to the student to demonstrate how we think and how we solve. As I mentioned, that how to move. This is the way that we try to encourage our student. As the student will stay with us very short period of time, we have to equip them how to think, set their mindset, because they will be the leader in the community in the future. So they understand how to manage recognize the problem, the way to resolve. This is the way that we try to install or equip our students. Thank you.
I know that you already tell us about a lot of your initiatives in your university, but I would like to ask, do you find that links achieved across university departments and stakeholders transcend beyond research? For example, whether they change the way we teach classes? Have you seen them inspire change in the private industry? In public decision-making, for example? Can you share the most inspiring example you can think of, please?
I'll
I
try
you
one.
want to go.
I'll try one. I think one of the success stories we've had in the transdisciplinary space is creating a transdisciplinary school, a bit like the kind of D-school piece, but wider than that. That school has about 700 industry partners working on problems that come from them, and the course that we run is done as a double degree, so they get to do this in the summer and the winter, and they get together to deal with those gnarly problems that you can't just land on a law faculty or an engineering department or a science faculty, and they learn the techniques of doing that. To the point around the relationships, it is with 700 industry partners in that program. Of those 700 industry partners, a good subset of them are involved in research with different faculties, connected with different industry advisory boards and so forth. So universities, like large companies, are very difficult places to navigate. We try as hard as we can to make it as straightforward as possible, but knowing who's doing what at any particular point in time is the sort of challenge that we're up for. And part of the framing that I talked about earlier, which is the sort of relationships, partnerships piece, and being able to capture for different organisations the nature of those partnerships is really important, because it's an ongoing conversation. So if these are going to genuinely move between a transactional arrangement for a particular outcome, whether it's something in a course or something that's a research project, then it's a long game of ensuring that you're good partners and you have good communication, that you understand when collaboration is possible, when it's not possible, when it needs to go into a different stage. So I'd say it's a work in progress.
Much. Maybe Sue, would you like to say something about?
Thanks. This is a nice, challenging question, and I thought I'd just use two examples of, you asked us about how we teach changes, how people experience. And I'd like to refer to two examples. The one is an MPhil program we run, where we've brought people from industry who are often many years into their career. And it's about the sustainable development of minerals. And many of these people have been trained in conventional mineral processing programs, and actually they're from all disciplines. They're not all engineers. Some of them are the human resource people on the mine. Some of them are involved in finance. But we put together this diverse grouping of people, largely out of the industry, from a whole range of countries, but also then a spattering of new graduates. And again, the examples, I think we had an anthropologist alongside a chemical engineer, alongside an environmental scientist. And the interaction that happens in this kind of teaching, which is much more shared group teaching and experiential, being on site together, being on plants together, being in community together, completely breaks down the hierarchy of knowledge and who's learning from who at what time in the space. And the real example that I remember is that once we had a senior traditional leader in the same cohort as a vice president of a mining company. And these two fought for the first two modules in a really intense way in the classroom. But then they role modeled, they did a role model exercise where they were each other. And the whole change of the way in which the interactions worked just completely opened up. And at the end of that course, there were such amazing on-the-ground examples of how this learning had changed in each of those managers or people in the industry. Had a concrete example of how they'd made a decision in the last 6 months, which came out of this kind of really experiential learning from people in the industry, the academics, the new students, etc. So I think sometimes we really just need to change our classrooms around. And the other example I wanted to use is somewhat similar in the gathering together of mayors from different cities in our continent and bringing them into an environment where they could learn from different practitioners who are involved in running cities. I think the mayors learned as much from the practitioners as they did from each other in the space, and we also created in that a cohort of people who now work together as advisors to each other. And I think we need to think much more in our education systems about how we can do this kind of thing. Of course, we can't do it all with first-year students who obviously need to move a certain degree before we get there. But there are so many different ways in which we can open up our conversations. Thanks.
Thank you. Professor Banton, would you like to say something about this subject? Well, so, Long, please, John, you there? Could you hear me?
I can, sorry, the microphone wasn't working quite so well, but I can. Let me go the other end of the continuum and talk about the University of Auckland's part in the United Nations academic impact agenda around SDG 4 quality education. So we are the appointed host for SDG 4, the UN hub for quality education. And we're responsible for pulling together, obviously it's a great privilege to do this, but we're responsible for pulling together a number of institutions that contribute to realising SDG 4 quality education, inclusive, equitable quality education, lifelong learning. And one of the projects that I'm most proud of, which was the question, Ileana, is the work that we've been doing through our project STEM Online in schools. So this is in primary schools. It's right at the other end of the spectrum to what we've just heard about in terms of the two projects that have been spoken about by Sue and Andrew. But we are putting our teachers back into schools through our STEM Online programme, and we're working through the support of the SDG 4 and philanthropy to really build the awareness of and the understanding and the intellect around that particularly around the way in which STEM disciplines can support the delivery of those SDGs around climate change and around sustainability, and the ones that support it, including housing, of course, poverty, gender, equity, all of those. And so it's a project that we're really proud to be part of. The people we're most proud of are those students, primary school students, who are on campus and presenting quite much better than I could about how they're talking about it and how they're applying science, technology, and the work that they're doing in understanding health and medicine in this space. So just another perspective on that, I think.
Thank you very much. Since we are almost out of time, in 1 second, what is the main message that you would like the audience to take away? So please, Dawn, if you want to go ahead. What will be your message for the audience?
Yeah, so I think the one message really for me is that let's bring it back to the forum and the fact that we have the World University Network here that we're part of, and we're having these conversations, but they're not in isolation. I started my presentation by saying for me the most important SDG is SDG 17, partnerships, because all of the other 16 SDGs can only actually succeed if SDG 17 becomes the main focus, and we can do that through the work of the WUN and our other partnerships.
Sue?
Thanks. I support Dawn strongly in what she says, and I'll add to that I think the work which we need to do around environmental sustainability is absolutely requires us to work across disciplines, the whole inter-transdisciplinary space. And in my interactions and discussions with universities and my own university as well, I don't think any of us have completely managed to work out how we get our university structures, current university structures, to really facilitate inter and transdisciplinary research in a way that will allow us to make faster progress. I think a network like WUN could really help us in thinking this through together. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Look, I think universities have an enormous capacity to contribute, and we've spent quite a bit of a time today sort of admiring the problem as how we might not. I actually think that one of the things we need to stand up to is the fact that we are part of the solution, and be very clear of that as national and international assets, the role of a university through its research, through what the type of graduates that we actually nurture through our programs, and the way in which we approach our communities and partnerships actually has to go to a new level. If we're actually going to go from, we're making the sort of initial steps to being able to scale the capacity that we have.
Professor Bachelor,
Yes, I would say that in the future, the world will not be similar to in the former times. I think we have to thinking about what we can live in the future world with different to that we have experienced in 40 or 50 years ago, with the high temperatures. What kind of plants that we can grow, what kind of animals that we can take care, and what kind of diseases that we have to thinking about the problems. So now the SDG is just slow down the problem. It's deliver from the basic of people, planet, prosperities, extend more into another 2P. Peace, partnership. If we have no peace, we have no time to thinking about how to create something better. And partnership because of the complexity of the problem. And this is why networking is very important in higher education, because we share the knowledge, experience, good practice, so that we can have a good solution for the complexity of the problems. So I think we have to think about next resilience and also how to survive. This SDG just slow down the problem. Just slow down. It's not the end. Thank you.
Well, very inspiring. And one more time, thank you to having me here today. It's great to learn from you, to all of you. Thanks to all. Thank you to WUN at Tec de Monterrey also. And I guess this is the end of this panel. So thank you, Don, Andrew, Sue, and Banchong. Congratulations for your work. Thank you very much to all. Tapemos esto, pero está bien. Ya tiene todo una historia muy interesante, ¿no? Porque pueden subir hasta los riscos más altos, recorrer los cimarronadas sin que ponen su camino. Entonces la filosofía de vida no está mucho. Ella se lo ganó, viene de una familia de intelectuales. Yo trabajé con su papá, el doctor Carlos Liguri, en PricewaterhouseCoopers. No sé si terminé el papá, no pero me gustó mucho su presentación, pero también me dejó consternada.
Sí, porque la evidencia es contundente.
Exactamente, la evidencia es contundente, tomando fotos, pero es It was so inspiring, my professor speech. I really like it. Yes, yes.
Mention about the tropical zone. Understand what temperature the tropical zone. Tropical disease.
I took a picture from that. And we can finish with the knowledge we can.
Oye, yo ya lo conozco. No, ya lo conozco. Sí, sí. No, trabajamos juntos. Sí.
Es que somos la Corte Interamericana. O sea, de verdad. No, qué bueno porque tengas mucho conocimiento de todo, como el hacer ping pong, más conocimiento de
Más conocimiento, supuestamente tienes que dar cuenta de todo lo ignorante que eres.
Pero está bien, porque entonces una persona decía que si ya no tiene nada que aprender, que te puedo ver. Entonces, mejor estar aquí.
No, y a veces
Welcome to our second session, which is about leadership in education and the curriculum. This session will focus on some of the notable ways in which universities have enlarged and adapted the curriculum to address the educational needs of students and societies they serve in this complicated space of sustainability. This session will be moderated by Ines Science. Dr. Science is Professor in the Department of Humanities and Vice President of Inclusion, Social Impact and Sustainability at Tec de Monterrey. She's responsible for developing and implementing a diversity, equity and inclusion plan and for developing and monitoring Tec's environmental sustainability plan. She's also responsible for articulating social impact projects within the university's framework for the 17 SDGs. Ines, please. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome the wonderful panelists. Please be seated. Yeah. Thank you. Good. So, good morning. At first, I thought of giving a context, but after Rodolfo Lacey Tamayo's address, it is hard to add more information to the context of urgency we're living in. The bottom line is we are not acting fast enough on climate change. The question, among other questions, is how to change people's minds. I'd like to quote Gus Speth, an environmentalist and scientist, the founder and former president of the World Resources Institute, and I quote, "I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystems collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science we could address those problems, but I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those issues, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation, and we scientists do not know how to do that." So these ideas are aligned with Rodolfo's quoting of Rachel Carson. I think we have to pay attention to this and discuss at some point how education for sustainability must, of course, be scientific and technologically based, but go beyond scientific and technological knowledge to focus holistically on the social and humanistic. It must also transcend the cognitive to develop the social, emotional, and behavioral dimension of education. If education is to be an agent of change, it has itself to be the subject of change. We cannot be agents of business as usual, and meaningful rethinking of our curricula is needed. The climate emergency represents a big challenge for universities. So how, under such urgency, do we effect such a large-scale paradigm shift? Based on our experience at Tec de Monterrey, I'd like to point out some challenges for climate change curricular inclusion in universities. We understand that these challenges can vary depending on the institution and the specific context. However, here are some common challenges that universities may face when integrating climate change into their curricula. So one, the interdisciplinary nature. I mean, climate change is a complex and interdisciplinary issue that requires knowledge of various fields. So incorporating this interdisciplinary approach into existing academic structures can be challenging, as it may require collaboration across departments and faculties. Two, limited expertise and resources. Universities may need to invest in faculty development programs and resources to enhance their expertise in climate change education. Three, curriculum adaptation. This process requires careful planning and coordination among faculty members to ensure a coherent and balanced curriculum. Four, lack of standardized frameworks. The absence of standardized frameworks may also make it harder to assess student learning outcomes and compare curricula across different institutions. Five, its controversial nature. Climate change can be a politically and socially sensitive topic. Addressing these controversies while maintaining academic rigor and scientific integrity is a challenge that we have to navigate at universities. Six, evolving knowledge and research. As Rodolfo Lacey Tamayo said, there are emerging problems that have to be tackled. Climate change is an area of active research and understanding, with new findings and developments emerging regularly. So universities must keep their curricula up to date with the latest scientific knowledge, which requires ongoing monitoring of research and adaptation of course materials. Last but not least, number 7, implementation barriers. We all know about it. You know, even with the best intentions, implementing changes in curricula can face many barriers. I'm not going to mention them, maybe you will. So how are universities addressing these challenges? Well, with this introduction, I'd like to welcome the panelists. Sandra Almeida, President of the Federal University of Minas Gerais. Bill Flanagan, President of the University of Alberta. Welcome. Rocky Tuan, Vice Chancellor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And Agnes Nairn, Vice President of Global Engagement of the University of Bristol. Be welcome. They will present some of the university's initiatives. I suggest we keep the same order of presentation. At some point, Bill Flanagan will have to leave the room. He will have enough time to present his university's initiatives. But anyway, so if you see him leaving, don't panic. It's been organized already. So, welcome. Sandra.
Thank you very much, Inez, for the introduction and for making us think with the important questions that you have raised. I think this panel will dialogue very nicely with the previous one, which already started addressing some of the things that we're supposed to discuss here. So it's a pleasure for me to be here with Rocky, Agnes, and Bill, giving some examples of how we've been dealing with curriculum and education regarding sustainability in our university. I think this is the topic of this panel. First of all, I would like to stress something that was said before, the importance of transdisciplinary studies. Yes, it's not easy. It's very difficult for us to break the structures, as Andrew pointed out in the previous panel, to break the structures of our universities. We were constructed over the years in departments, centers specialized in a subject. So it requires really a lot of effort. It requires will and also a project from from us as administrators to really think in terms of problem solving, involving several components and transdisciplinarity. There is something else that I would like to point out, and it has to do with maybe with the reality that we face in our university and also in Brazil, is that there is a tradition, actually it's more than a tradition, it's part of the regulation about higher education in Brazil, is that we have to think about education having in mind the three major axes towards which the higher education should address. The first one is of course, teaching, right? The second one is research, and the third is community engagement, which is traditionally a very important component of education, of higher education in Brazil. So these three axes, research, teaching, and community engagement, they should be seen as integrated in the mission of the university. And this is an enormous challenge because we usually to think in those three axes as being very separated. You're talking about teaching, graduate, undergraduate. You're talking about research in various areas. We are all part of a research university. And then extramural activity or community engagement as a separate one. So we've been trying to think in terms of a university project that unites the three components which are important when we think in terms of overall education or what we do in terms of the mission of our university. So having that in mind, I would like to give some examples of three actually examples from my universities to start the talk, but I would like to also comment something that Dawn said in the previous panel, when she said that what is the role of the university? I think society very often requires from us to educate our students for a profession. They're going to be doctors, they're going to be engineers, but we have rephrased the mission of our university over the past years as being forming citizens to solve the problems of the world. And maybe they're going to need education throughout their lives, along their lives. So this is an important issue as well. So we are going to form, of course, for a job, but not necessarily only that. We're going to educate them because they are going to be the future generation who are going to try to solve the problems that we have been creating over the past years. So the first example that I would like to give is something that it's a project that we started having that in mind, that students, engineering students, they should have a formation that goes beyond knowing engineering subjects or science in general. So we have devised a program that we call transversal formations. So these are topics that the students can take, no matter what courses they're taking, but they can get a minor on a specific topic that we choose. So there are several possibilities in terms of sustainability, and this is the major topic, for example, gender and sexuality, race and ethnic relations, human rights, international relations, innovation and inclusion, traditional knowledges, and we are devising one on sustainability and environmental conditions that we have nowadays. So these are courses that are offered to all undergraduate students, and they have not only one course, but they have a set of courses that they take, and in the end, they get a certificate, a minor on that specific topic, and that can add to his career, to his the major course that they're taking. Of course, the challenge is still the fact that we attract a lot of students from the humanities, from the social science, but we still attract few students from the area of engineering or sometimes the medical area as well. We understand they have to really fulfill a great number of credits, but our aim is really to have a chance to offer this kind of transversal formations to everybody, and that all the students, in the end, they're going to have some kind of formation. They're going to help them think in terms of sustainability, generally speaking. Of course, climate is a major one, but you also think in terms of sustainability having to do with the SDGs goals. So this is one of the examples, and this is directly towards undergraduate students. Another program that we have that I would like to share with you is an international program that we have. It's called the PRINT program. It's an international program funded by the Brazilian government. The Brazilian government funds 36 universities, and we have established one of the central topics of this research, precisely sustainability. Sustainability. So we have sustainability is one topic. Sustainability and governance, because it has to do with what we've been talking about here. The other topic is new technologies and knowledge frontiers, health and well-being, and human rights. So these are the 4 topics of our international program, but the one that really has received most attention is the one on sustainability. So what does it mean? It means we give support, financial support, for our community to engage in projects with other universities that are partners of ours. So we have scholarships for the students to go, master's and doctoral students, to go abroad and to spend the time with one of our partners institutions. We have the possibility of sending our professors abroad as well. We have the possibility of welcoming our partners in our university as well. And this is part of the curriculum of our graduate students. This specifically towards graduate students. The other example that I would like to give has to do with what I see as one of the great strengths that we have in terms of the mission of the university. It has to do with the projects that we have towards community engagement, and I would like, there are many projects related to sustainability, but I would like to highlight 2 that are part of our part of the students' curriculum. And there is something else that I have to say, is that in Brazil, there is a law regarding the importance of, not a law, but there is a plan for higher education in Brazil, is that all courses should have at least 10% of its curricular activities towards activities and with community engagement. So all courses at the universities in Brazil, they're supposed to have separate 10% of the total credit of that course with activities for the students to develop programs in the area of community engagement. So this is a tradition, as I mentioned. It's very strong in Brazil. It's very strong in South America, this community engagement project. So one of them I would like to give as examples 2 activities that we have and that students use them for credit. One of them has to do specifically with sustainability. You probably know that the region I come from, Minas Gerais, the name says it's general mines. That's what it means. It's well-known mining area, and we suffered over the past years 2 major disasters, environmental disasters. One was in 2016, a disaster that really had great impact, ecological impact, because it reached one of the major rivers of the country and into the ocean. So the disaster, the ecological disaster, was enormous. And then we had another one in 2019. And this had impact, ecological impact, and it counted 500 deaths. So these were 2 disasters that have marked the region, and we have acted directly with the community that was affected, and also trying to help out with the solutions to the problems having to do with the contamination of the earth and the rivers and all that. So we had a major program which is called UFMG participation, because all the communities are supposed to join, and we have projects exactly trying to reconstruct, restore the areas that were affected, analyzing the impact on life, on the soil, and also on the lives of the population that was affected. We give support to the communities, and we also work with prevention of new disasters. So we have an a transdisciplinary team that tries to attack all those issues, and they do activities, they do research as well, together with community engagement, and they give credits for those actions that they do. So it has been a major project, received a lot of visibility, and the judges that are evaluating the responsibility of the mining companies, they have hired the university so that we can do studies and show them the impact, so that they can really decide what to do regarding the responsibility. And the second project that I would like to pinpoint has to do with a project in public schools. Now, we have a project that brings public schools to the university, and we also go to public universities to talk not only about the university, mainly to talk about several of the projects. And one of them is on sustainability, how we can start, because we believe that we have to start talking about sustainability, about the situations that we live, that we just heard in the wonderful lecture keynote speak here today. We have to start talking with the students before they get to the university. It might be too late for us to wait for them to get to us. So those who go to the schools are our students. So they go there, they give lectures, we bring them on campus, they have the opportunity of visiting labs, of studying, of listening to lectures, and the students involved in this project also get credit for these activities. So I think that's all I would like to share with you in terms of the initiatives that we have in my university. Thank you very much.
Is this working? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I thought what I'd do is give you a few examples, 3 examples of what I think are some innovative education and curriculum initiatives at the University of Alberta, and then reflect on how some of this might apply to sustainability. And so the first one that I wanted to chat with you about is a program that I'm really quite proud of at the University of Alberta, and this is our Aboriginal Teacher Education Program. And I think incorporating Indigenous ways of knowing and knowledge is particularly important when we're talking about sustainability. And how do we engage Indigenous ways of knowing and knowledge in a meaningful way, in a way that really also engages our students. So I had an opportunity to visit the Aboriginal Teacher Education Program a few weeks ago. This is a program that's been developed at the University of Alberta. I think it's been in place for about 6 or 7 years. And one of the challenges we have in Canada and in Alberta is that we have many First Nations communities that can be very isolated in remote communities. And the schools in these communities are typically non-Indigenous, non-community members or teachers in these schools. So we really wanted to think in a very positive, in a very impactful way about how we could support more Indigenous students to come to the University of Alberta and study to become teachers and go home to their own communities, so that the students in their schools would actually see a member of their community teaching, which I think which we think can be enormously powerful in supporting community, the well-being of the First Nations community. Attracting students and supporting students to become teachers in these programs is challenging because many of these students are facing tremendous hurdles in the journey to join the University of Alberta. As I mentioned, many of these students will be coming from remote communities that will have had, many of these students may never have been to Edmonton. The idea of attending the University of Alberta is something that is really quite beyond what they might imagine. And so what we've done is we put together a specific program to support Indigenous students. And I had an opportunity to meet with many of the Indigenous students in the program and the instructors. And the key thing that really is reflected in this program is that the program is designed around Indigenous values and Indigenous ways of knowing, so that this is a program that is immediately welcoming and feels familiar and comfortable to the students that we're able to, that are in the program. It's a small program and there's a particularly high level of support for the individual students in the program. And one of the things that I enjoyed meeting is that there's 3 women who serve as counselors and support for students in the program. And the students call them their aunties. And these are the women who really support them in all aspects of their journey to become a teacher. And so I think that this is a program, and when we're thinking about sustainability and particularly about engaging Indigenous ways of knowing and Indigenous students in thinking about sustainability, we have to think thoughtfully about the levels of support that students require. And in particular, the sense of community was so important when I met with the students, and you could just feel it among the students and in their interaction with the staff and faculty. Now, a program like this is very resource intensive, as you might imagine, but a program like this can also have tremendous impact. And another second example I wanted to give you is something we're quite proud of at the University of Alberta is our undergraduate research initiative. So one thing that we want to make available to all of our undergraduate students is an opportunity to engage in their own research projects. In other words, research work is not something that we just do at the graduate level. We want to pique the curiosity of our undergraduate students to be thinking about research. And so it's possible for any undergraduate student at the University of Alberta to undertake an undergraduate research initiative. And this program is all about introducing students to how they might design a research problem and how they might find a supervisor to work with and collaborate on that research problem. And I just wanted to give you a few examples of some of the undergraduate research that's happening at the University of Alberta. And maybe that's too small to read, I can't quite read it. But the one at the top, the little box, the little satellite is the one I wanted to talk to you about. This is a collaborative project that involves over 60 undergraduate students and graduate students and faculty members. And this is a project where the students have been working together to build a satellite that will be able to track the impact of wildfires in northern Alberta. And this, of course, is a huge climate change issue, and some of you may have been reading about the wildfires impacting Western Canada in the last couple of weeks, and I can tell you it's not pretty. The air quality in Edmonton this week was the worst in the world. And for those of you who have been to some big cities with challenging air quality problems, this is a shocking thing for us to see in Alberta with our blue skies and our clean air. This is something that is also new. I grew up in Alberta and I never recall wildfires of this severity as a kid, and now this is increasingly common. And there's no question that this is linked to climate change. And what we're seeing is a very dry, typically a dry spring that's unusually hot. Again, this May we had temperatures, and if you know Alberta, this will knock your socks off. We had temperatures in the high 20s, almost 30 degrees in May in Alberta, where it could just as easily be snowing on any other given year. So this was astounding, and it's because of the dry conditions and the heat, this has led to these huge wildfires. And so what the students have done with this satellite, and the satellite was just launched about 2 months ago, and this is in conjunction with NASA. And I had an opportunity to meet with the students, and I saw this is like a bread box, is the size of that little device that they made. And this is a device that has very sophisticated photography capacities so that it can track the impacts of wildfire and climate change in certain regions in the world, particular focus, I think, on Canada. So I have to say, I thought that was an extraordinary initiative for undergraduate students to be involved in a project of that level of sophistication and at that level of research. And so this is just, I think, another example, and you'll note, again, I can't quite read them, but there's a number of those research examples deal with sustainability. So I think this is another way in which we can harness students' interest, and it is keen, students' interest in sustainability and climate change, in a way that can also introduce them to the power of research and the impact of what research can have. And then I thought I'd just share maybe a funny example with you, because in universities, presidents were always talking about how great we are, how great our universities are. And I thought I would share with you a mistake, just for fun. This is a picture of a white elephant. You might think it's a building, but it's actually a white elephant. And it was a funny little story that I'll share with you. This is a building that was named after former Premier of Alberta, Peter Lougheed. And one of my predecessors, who shall go unnamed, had come up with this vision where she wanted to develop this leadership college, and she wanted this to be a bespoke, very elite program, small numbers of students. They would all live together in this college, and they would all be engaged in a year-long leadership program. And she raised a lot of money for this, and from of our most important donors at the university, who were very engaged, because former premier and so forth. So when I arrived at U of A, my fellow presidents will know, it's not like I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, this landed on my desk as well, and they said, the donors are all very unhappy because this initiative failed, basically. And what happened is we developed this initiative. Of course, I wasn't around, so I am blameless in this. But we developed this initiative without ever talking to students about what students might actually be interested in. And again, I think this is relevant to sustainability and to curriculum generally, is that we come up with these fabulous ideas, might I say a vanity project that we think is a brilliant idea. And it turned out this is a program for upper year students, and upper year students don't want to live in residence at the University of Alberta. Maybe they do at other universities, but they just don't want to do that. We have great housing opportunities around the university, and they grow up, and they no longer, like, residence is something that 20-year-old kids basically don't want to, so literally the program failed right at the outset because nobody wanted to go into residence. And so this created a bit of a crisis because we had all of these very significant donors who had ponied up big bucks, who saw this initiative right out of the gate fall flat in its face. And of course, I had to meet all of these donors and work my way through this. So I came up with, I thought, was a solution, perhaps. Well, so what we did is we just reinvented the whole thing. And we decided to move the entire program online. So instead of it being a very elite, bespoke program for 30 students who are living in a very fancy residence that we didn't need and could not afford, well, instead I thought, why don't we turn this into a signature program for the university as a whole? Because leadership skills is of interest across the board, no matter what your discipline, be it the arts, medicine, law, business. Leadership, and I think leadership also has a particularly important role to play in advancing solutions to sustainability, and that many of our students are interested in advancing these solutions, recognizing that leadership ability and being able to advocate as wherever they go and whatever their career might be. And so I thought, let's move this entire program online. Let's make it available to any student at the University of Alberta who's interested in, curious about leadership. So you'll see this, leadership isn't limited to business or politics. There's leaders in every discipline, and good leadership skills can benefit anyone. And so, I wasn't quite sure, but we invested in building this program, and I can tell you the first year of this program, we had over 1,500 students enrolled. There was a huge interest in learning about leadership across the disciplines at the University of Alberta. So this has led to, this has been a great success. And of course, I brought this all back to the donors, and I said, oh, just forget about the building. We've got 1,500 students learning about leadership at the University of Alberta. And isn't that great? And I have to say that most of the donors were quite happy about that. And I just generally don't talk about the building, which is now at least, we just put first-year students in there because they, of course, like to live in residence, and it's a beautiful building. So we just, so that was my fellow presidents will recognize this as a typical challenge the president has to deal with. But I think this has opened up the opportunity for the U of A to develop a handful of signature online programs that really reflect our signature research strengths. So the next one we're developing is one on AI. We're one of the world's top AI research institutions. And there's, again, huge curiosity about AI across disciplines. What will the impact of AI be on business, on law, on medicine? And yet you've got a lot of people who have no understanding of AI whatsoever, and they're not going to do a degree in computer science to figure it out. But they might be very interested in taking an online course so that a U of A graduate becomes distinguished for their knowledge, basic knowledge around AI. I'd also like to do the same with sustainability, because again, I think this is a cross-discipline challenge, as we know. There's huge interest across the university, but not every student is going to want to take a degree program focusing on sustainability. But how can sustainability relate to whatever it is you might be studying at the university? So again, this is also coming out of the pandemic, just when we realized the potential of what we can do with online learning. And just in closing, I'll say that a lot of our students, although of course our students are thrilled to be back and nobody wants to go back to 100% online learning, we're hearing a lot from our students is that they want a combination. They love having the option of some online and some in person. And the online gives them a great deal of flexibility. And again, online is great because if you're taking a signature program like sustainability, like AI, like leadership, an online asynchronous program means that you can offer this to every student in your university. Whereas, of course, an in-person opportunity is going to run into a million challenges around scheduling and so forth. So this is something that we've done with the Leadership College, and it was, it was a bit of a matter of necessity that I came up with this idea, but it has been a success, and I think it has potential for other kinds of curriculum and education initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts and what we've done at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In the sustainable development community, there is a saying, and some of you may have heard this before. We did not inherit the earth from our ancestors. Instead, we have borrowed it from our children, namely the next generation. And that really, at the end of the day, is what sustainable development is all about. So we're talking about the next generation. They are the students we're teaching. That's what our responsibility is as a university, is to prepare future-ready global citizens. That's our next generation. Now, universities, of course, have always been the source of knowledge, the center of knowledge, the generator of knowledge, and so forth. And we also transmit and spread knowledge to the younger generation. Well, in the 21st century, more so than ever, we are also entrusted with the responsibility to make our students being able to translate the knowledge into action. In other words, turn knowledge into actionable knowledge. Now, in order to do that, you have techniques, you know, the iPhone and whatever. Those are machines that can help us take what we know into something that's actionable. But more importantly, I think this is a mind, heart, and hands axis that we need to activate. We got all the information in our head, and we got the hands that can do work. But if we don't have the heart, it's not going to happen. It's going to happen once, and it will stop. So I think our task here with environmental or sustainable development is really to activate, to make this approach actually doable. So it's a work in progress. I think this is true for all of us in this room. We haven't gotten there yet. And sometimes, like Bill, we could have a building that suddenly appears and we can make that, turn that into something that we want to do. Now, one of the things that CUHK has always been is that we want to be a civic university. In fact, our strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan, our tagline is excellence with purpose and responsibility. We need to make sure that we don't just do things right. We need to do the right things. Right? So with that as an introduction, let me tell you what we have done with environment and sustainability. I'll tell you three things. One is probably something that can be done in many universities, which is the formal curriculum. We have things that in the catalog, online, you can see it, courses and whatnot. The other one is outside the classroom education. And then with that, with both of those, you need a lot of, obviously, accessories, such as buildings and machines and whatnot. You have to have structures inside your university to enable both the formal and the outside classroom. And then the third thing I want to tell you is partnership, which is what this alliance is all about, is how we can make 1 + 1 greater than 2. So I'll tell you those three stories. Okay, formal curriculum. So we have two majors that have been around for a little bit, and they are very good. They I've looked at their curriculum, and is fine. And they are, there are two interdisciplinary programs. One is called Earth and Environmental Science Program, and the next one is Urban Studies Program. The second one, of course, takes advantage of the fact that Hong Kong is a major metropolitan city with a population of 7.5 million and packed like sardines, and so have a lot of, how should I say, sustainable development issues that are very specific to the fact that people are packed together, right? Maybe that's not the case in Alberta, but we have a lot of problems that relate to people living in a straight-up building in tiny little flats. Okay, so urban studies, of course, that's not the only thing they study, but that will cover some of these things. So those are formal programs. I won't bore you with what they do. They have course requirements and whatnot. Now, I do want to tell you about something very unique to COHK, is we have this general education curriculum that's been with us since our founding 60 years ago. It's an award-winning general education program. We are basically at heart a liberal arts university. But we don't call it liberal arts because it's actually more than liberal arts. So that makes up about 15 to 20% of every student's course requirements for graduation. All right? We have 4 core areas. Chinese cultural heritage. We need to do Chinese because our first name is Chinese. And nature, science, and technology, society and culture, and self and humanity. Those are the 4 streams within the general education. Now, what we have done, I think very cleverly, and I thank my colleagues for doing this for the last many years, is to permeate the 17 SDGs into this GE, General Education Curriculum. And then we have some special things for the students. If they do it, they become SDG explorers, so some kind of recognition for what they do. Now, the SDG study scheme has a short online course that everybody has to take, how to achieve the SDGs. It's very general. Then you have these SDG general education courses such as energy and green society, climate change and extreme weather, food and hunger, environmental crises, China and the world, et cetera, et cetera. So these courses, then on top of that, we have this SDG social engagement course. And that has 2 things. It has concepts, such as telling people how to integrate the SDG concepts into service-based learning. So, which then takes them, so-called, onto the street. So if SDG voluntary activities, they can engage in service and action items relevant to at least one SDG. Now again, the city of Hong Kong, with all this complexity, people packed it like sardines, creates a lot of SDG-related things that you don't see in sparsely populated areas. For example, when it gets hot, people say, okay, you know, the keynote speaker talked about water temperature increased by 1 degree, you know, we'll see polar bears, you know, stranded or whatever. In Hong Kong, you don't see polar bears, first of all. What you have is that you have people who live in very small apartments, flats, having heat stroke because they can't afford the energy to have air conditioning. So what they did all day was to be roaming. These are usually elderly people. They would roam around the shopping malls. But then shopping malls closed at some point, and now they have a problem. So this is the kind of thing, we don't have a solution yet, but this is one of those problems that climate change affects more than polar bears, for sure, in Hong Kong. Right? So these are the kind of thing that the urban city actually offers an interesting and challenging type of challenge, challenging issues. Now, at this moment, we have already offered over 110 SDG courses and SDG social engagement courses with over 6,000 student enrollments. So it's very successful. Students are forced into facing these real everyday things, but also with conceptual training to start with. All right, the next thing I want to tell you is about what you learn outside the classroom. Now, I want to start this by saying that this is not done by me, but my predecessor, that 10 years ago, we opened the world's first climate change museum, MOCC, Museum of Climate Change. And right now, we already have more than 1.3 million exhibition visitors and many millions of members of the public who take advantage of our educational activities. Now this, in addition to showing the effects of climate change, there's sort of a please touch part to it. So high school or primary school students come and push a button and the water temperature goes up by 0.5 degrees. And wait a minute, this little town disappears, and so on and so forth. And then these animals start running up to the mountain or whatever. There's a please touch part to it. Now, for the museum to work, we need docents, we need guides. And so we put a lot of our students, if they want to be MOCC, Museum of Climate Change ambassadors. So right now, we have over 100 serving ambassadors every year, and on the average, an active MOCC ambassador commits to over 270 service learning hours. Again, they are spreading this to the next generation, the younger generation, which is what we ought to do, because as I said before, we borrow this earth from our children. So that's one thing that we do. And now we are also the chapter host of the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network Hong Kong chapter. There are about 50 of them all over the world, about 1,700 different institutions associated with it. And so that, again, gives us a real platform for our students to do SDSN prescribed or chartered type of activities. And of course, that also allows our students to be engaged in the SDG Academy with the rich curriculum. So the last thing I want to tell you, which is partnership. Now, Dawn mentioned this being, of course, the number 17 SDG, and of course, that's really important. Without that, nothing will really happen. And please also not forget SDG 16, which is peace. Without peace, we're not going to be able to do a whole lot either. Now, we're very lucky. We are a member of several university alliances, and I'll just give you some example because I think they can shed some light on what WUN can also do. The first thing I want to tell you is the Future 17 program. This is a program which was initially started by University of Exeter and who reached out to us, and the QS actually also supports this program to give students from across the world the opportunity to work together online towards the advancement of SDGs and then develop solutions for real-world problems. So the 4 universities started this: Exeter, CUHK, Stellenbosch, and the University of Sao Paulo. And so we have 3 intakes, which started from the second term of 2021-22. We have had about 450 students and 130 mentors participating in projects put forward by corporations and NGOs. This is an important part. Really, really important to be in touch with the other side of the world. Google and edX, for example, are involved in a range of areas, including carbon literacy, food security, SDG, education. So that's one thing we're doing. It's credit bearing, by the way. Okay. So now we have 7 participating universities from 7 countries. CUHK, Exeter, Sao Paulo, Stellenbosch, I mentioned already. Auckland, I think Dawn mentioned this, American University in Sharia, and LUISS, which stands for Libera Università Internazionale degli Studi Sociali Guido Carli in Italy. So we have 7 universities, and the list is growing. The second thing we're doing, again, partnership, is with the Association of Pacific Rim University, APRU, the SDG Education for Global Citizenship, specifically on wellness and health. And so it's called SDG4GC. And our partner is Chulalongkorn in Thailand. And we started this, then now we have other partners, Kyushu, Shanghai Jiao Tong, Simon Fraser, and University of Malaya. And with the support of the United Nations office in Thailand, we launched this in 2022, and to enable students to learn about the SDGs, share SDG practice from diverse cultural and social contexts, as well as identify problems and propose solutions from a social innovation context. So it's very different from the Future 17. Right now, first cohort had 60 students from 21 universities representing 12 economies. So again, health and well-being, only SDG 4. The third one I want to mention is the Association of Commonwealth University, ACU, as the Commonwealth Virtual Exchange Program, which we helped also get started. And right now there are 50 students from 10 member universities. And the idea is to have the students work collaboratively and collectively on a project which was designed to enhance entrepreneurship and intercultural competencies of the participants. So the idea is to create a business model at the end, all right? So I just want to sum up, these 3 things are all partnerships, but they're different. Future 17 engages with major corporations and NGOs. The APRU SDG4GC program works closely with UN and hones the students' skills in social innovation. And the ACU Commonwealth Virtual Exchange Program is focused on building intercultural skills through SDG learning. So I just want to conclude that partnership is very important. And I'm going to teach you an old Chinese word for trust, which is xin. What is xin? Xin has 2 parts, like most Chinese words. Has a one side, which is the I forgot what it's called now. I forgot what it's called. There are 2 parts to the word. Now, one part is a person. On the left. On the right is the word for word. The word of a person is the basis for trust. And I think we need to operate on that principle when we do any partnership. If we don't have trust, if it's just some kind of talk or convenience or something like that, it's not going to last. So I urge everyone to think within the WUN context, and if we do partnerships, let's trust each other first, and then we will succeed. Thank you.
That working? Yeah, thank you. Bye, Bill. I'm sorry, didn't want to hear it. It's fine. We'll talk about you. Grant, so what have we done in Bristol? I think like most universities here in the pandemic, we thought we've got nothing else to do, so we'll create a new strategy. So like a lot of people here, we created a new strategy, and part of our strategy involves sustainability. For us, it's a cross-cutting theme that goes across everything. So we've got this strategy, and it's something that builds on what we do in Bristol already. Bristol was the European Green Capital in 2015, so we have some green credentials. And it's a shame that Bill's gone, because the first thing that we did before our strategy in 2017 was to set up some online courses. So we set up basically MOOCs on a platform called FutureLearn, and we had entrepreneurship and innovation, global citizenship, and sustainability. And these are offered to anyone in the world. You can do the course if you like. You can offer your students the course if you like. They're for everybody. They've run 18 times, and we've hit 30,000 students, or 30,000 people. Not that students are not people, 30,000 individuals across the world since then. So 14,000 of them are our own students, and another 16,000 are members of the general public that we've managed to kind of bring in. So that's been great, and the students love it. I mean, my favorite quote is, "This course transformed my life." So they do seem to be having an impact. And we'll carry on with those courses. But of course, they don't hit everybody. They don't hit all of our students. 30,000 is not all of our students over that period of time. So we've got this 5-pronged approach to sustainability in our curriculum. And the first thing is a very simple thing, which is to embed sustainability in every single program in our university. So obviously, that's a piece of cake to do that. The second one is to have some optional units that students can take, which are on sustainability. The third is to have some specialist master's programs for students that are really keen. And then the two final things are the support structures. So making sure that our staff feel supported to do this, because being asked to put sustainability into every single program is not something you really want to hear when you've got lots of other things to do. And empowering our students to make sure, as Bill was saying, if you don't consult the students, it's not going to work. So getting our students involved. So those are the 5 things that we're doing. I'll just say a couple of things about each of them. Embedding stuff into the programs. We've done this bottom up. So we've said to each of the program leads, it's up to you to put something in your program that works for you. So in engineering, for example, looking at product development, they'll look at the product life cycle. They'll look at making the product sustainable. Whereas in politics, they'll look at the geopolitical implications of sustainability, because as we've heard from Rodolfo, it's about governments and it's about industry. It's not just about individuals acting. So that's worked quite well. The staff have liked the fact that they've been able to build stuff bottom up. We're providing options. So about 200 of our students every year elect to take a sustainability option. And that's an interdisciplinary option. So we've got psychology students and engineering students and law students all come together to take this option. And then they do a project at the end of it where it's like a piece of research that they do to embed what they've done. And they do a case study. So we've then got, each year we have 200 interdisciplinary case studies that our students have produced, which is a great kind of resource for us to have. We've got these new master's degrees because we believe there's a demand for that. So we've got science communication for a better planet, which sounds like fun, environmental humanities, society, politics and climate change, and energy for sustainability. And we've seen applications on these programs going up year after year as there's clearly a demand. So that's the things that we're offering. And then to our staff, we have a network. There are about 100 staff on this network at the moment. They meet twice a year for training programs. There's a resource spot. We have case studies, and then we have our big education symposium every year, and we have a particular slot that's on developing this sustainability. So I think our staff do feel quite supported. And the final thing is empowering our students. So we have sustainability champions in each school, and they act as our critical friends, and they definitely like to be critical. And they just make sure that we're on track. They make sure that what we're doing is what they want us to do. They organise the student body. We have a little fund called the Green Apple Fund, and that's some funding for the students to go out and do some of the things that they want to do. So that's the 5 things that we're doing in Bristol. Some of them are working super well. There are obviously lots of challenges, which I think is what Ines would like to go on and talk about now. But that's what we do.
Wonderful. Yes, well, it's been a very enriching moment sharing what you've been doing. Now, can you just think of an obstacle or a challenge you have faced or you are facing or you think you will face when integrating climate change into the curricula or focusing on sustainability? Is there any challenge or obstacle you can think of? And feel free to step up and say, I want to talk about it. Rocky, I think. Oh, yeah, okay. I saw he was like jumping.
Of course, there are many, many challenges.
So let's talk about
many, many challenges. Too many probably to go through in one sitting. But I think the first one is really just like everything else that you want to do that has not been done before, is to make sure the people who are involved understand the importance of this, right? So if you just tell them, oh, you got to teach about, SDG 4, 5, 6, whatever, and you don't tell them that it's actually important. So I think the part that we and administration needs to do is always explain why, right? Now, sometimes we're very good at it. Sometimes we don't do very well. And then as a result, it will peter out. Whatever you make them do, they don't realize it's important. Therefore, it's just, okay, anytime we can get out of this, we will. Okay? So I don't have any specific examples, but and you learn from the mistakes pretty much. I remember when we first put the SDG components into our general education curriculum, and we're lucky we have that. Okay? We have this basket that we can insert things. Okay, so one of the first things that happened is, because remember, we have 4 tracks, right? And each of them is guarded by the track mother, right? Who's watching out, I have these courses, I want to make sure that students are enrolled, and you say, okay, I'm going to stick this in here. Wait a minute, that means you're taking away one of my courses, and so on and so forth. So, and if you share, they say, why am I sharing with this other track? Now, this happened, turf war happens everywhere. So what we have to do is, again, get 4 of them together and the guy who's in charge of everything and say, listen, we have 17 SDGs agreed upon by all members of the United Nations, right? And then start, with this a big deal, and then they're convinced. Then they will work together. Our challenge, the reason why we have a challenge is because we're a public university, and resources come from every student who's taking a class. So on top of tuition, the government pays a certain amount of money. So that when the program looks at, wait, if I lose a student to the other side, I'm trivializing this, but actually is real, because the resources come per head. And so this gets into a problem which could be unique to Hong Kong or maybe true to all public universities. So that's one big challenge. But I think we're getting to the bottom of it because we explain to them. We spend time telling them this is really important. And we invite a lot of speakers from outside to let them know this is not some crazy game we're playing. This is really important. So that would be my, my one thing that I want to share with you.
Well, I think that the challenge is, there is always some kind of challenge. I think that after the pandemic, I think things changed a little bit. So it's not difficult to convince our students, our community, that we have to think about sustainability. It's not. Everybody agrees with that. So whenever there is a project related to sustainability, of course, we have, the community embraces the topic. What is difficult is when you have to break some kind of structure so that you can implement some kind of policy. Because we know how it works. It's easier to stay where you are than make drastic changes. So I think that whenever you're talking about sustainability, there is no way you can talk about sustainability only in one area. So you do have to involve several areas. So work in transdisciplinarity is not easy at all. It requires dialogue. It requires discussion. It requires listening. I think it's important when you talk about dialogue, listening is a major component. It requires also will from the administrators. I'm saying not only me as a president, but all the deans from the schools. Convincing the importance of the topic is easy. What is difficult is really to work with the structure. So you have to go slowly. Otherwise you're going to break the system, and that's not what we want. So by the time you see the results, and this is what we have in relation to the transversal formations, for example, the moment they saw the results, the moment that the deans and the professors, they all saw how the students were interested, and that it really had affected the way that their own classes were being modified by that, I think there is more engagement. But every time we have to put together a new theme for a transversal formation, there is all this negotiation. And of course, you need also money. Okay? Unfortunately, money talks. So the moment you put money into the structure and you say, okay, we are going to give you support by means of some other faculty members you can hire, or we are going to give you support for scholarships to the students. So we are going to give, so we put aside some money so that this would be a major attraction to the whole community. So I think this is one of the challenges that we've been trying. But it's interesting to observe that after the pandemic, whenever you talk about sustainability, you do have the community ear. I think the sense of urgency regarding climate change is felt really on a day-to-day basis. I think that's not only the case with Brazil. We had disaster climate politics over the past years, and everybody knows what happened in the Amazon region. So this is a talk that really calls to people's sensibility.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. One is what's sometimes called eco-grief or anxiety. And when we saw all of the statistics that Rodolfo showed us this morning, how do you get across to students that it's just not so overwhelming that you are paralyzed? So helping students to navigate, what's the little bit that they can do. And the other thing is you can, by informing students, get them to go out and march, and they go all over College Green in Bristol and have placards, and that's relatively easy to do. But to educate our students on how do you work with politicians, how do you influence business, how do you very slowly, in a reforming way rather than a radicalizing way, change the environment. That's a different kind of education, and that's a little bit more difficult to do, I think, and that's certainly something that we're struggling with, this kind of paralysis on the one hand, and trying to show students that, beyond marching and putting up placards, there is a whole influencing game that's quite difficult to educate undergraduate students in, but it's a challenge, I think.
I have one more question, and then I'll open up to the audience. But as universities, we know we're limited. I mean, there's so much we can do, and that's it. So you've mentioned, Rocky, the importance of partnerships. And I'm thinking of the SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. So as universities, we have to be conveners to tackle climate change. This is an urgent matter, so we cannot go by ourselves. So you've talked about some alliances, but specifically for climate change, do you have any ideas? I mean, we're among, the WUN. I think we could profit from that and think of partnerships to tackle our goals. I mean, do you have examples, ideas of partnerships for climate emergency?
Yeah, we do. I think I'm trying to, I get confused when I think about this other climate change. I think it's called the University Association of Climate Change, right? Is that right? The Alliance, right? Yeah. So we're also a partner of that. And I remember last year in the Times Higher Education Global Summit, we had a nice panel discussion. But I think the fundamental thing is that sustainable development is a global matter. You can't do it by yourself. Just admit to yourself that you cannot do it by yourself. It's not very meaningful to do it on your own. You have to do something on your own, but you have to do it with others. And then, of course, is really sometimes is friends that you have had for a long time, university friends, or something like WUN. So I would urge WUN, you know, as we are thinking about our strategic plan moving forward, along the SDGs. Now, don't be too ambitious. We can't do 17. Pick 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, and really work at it. Now, we have some activities already, so it's not that we're not doing anything. But always be creative. And I think there's a word that's out there, and I hate to use it, but it's called greenwashing. Greenwashing has been used in a derogative way, obviously, to say, you know, that a person or an institution is just doing something for show, right? And therefore we're green and we're okay. You're okay. We are okay. So let's not go that way, okay? Let's dig deep down and we identify focus areas and we work together and we trust each other. Very important. And as I said, we're a university. We're not a company, okay? We're not looking for bottom line, you know, return on investment. Our investment is our students. So if they become committed, lifelong, globally responsible citizens to sustainable development, we've succeeded. We scored. So let's make sure that we don't forget that. Let's not listen to politicians or whatever and just, you know, I guess I'll stop here. Yeah.
Well, I would like to comment that, okay, we alone as universities, of course we can solve the problems, but it cannot be solved without us. I think this is certain, especially us. We are research universities, you know, and I think especially after the pandemic, I would like to insist on it, in which, you know, government and society saw the important role of universities in finding solutions to the problems of the pandemic. I think there is a certain knowledge that we are also essential to think about sustainability. So there is no way. I mean, I'm not saying that as a president only. I listen to that. You know, people tell us that, you know, you have to help us out. You know, the title of the new government in Brazil now is Reconstruction. And they have called on us, the university, so that you can help with all the issues that we have to address. One of them is sustainability and climate change and what has been happening to the Amazon in other regions of the country. So I like to say, and I have emphasized that, how important we are. First of all, we have to assume that position. We are important leaders. We do research on the topic. We are responsible for the next generation. So we have what to say, and we have to do so. So talking about it, all kinds of alliances are important. The alliances that we do here among ourselves is essential. You know, to have a project that is led by several universities, you know, it has some weight and it has visibility as well. And also any other kinds of alliance with the companies as well, with businesses, because now the same thing that happens with SDGs also happens to ESGs. All the companies are being demanded that they fulfill the ESGs commitments. Okay, so some of them have come to us to dialogue and see how can they improve their visibility. Of course, they do that because they're interested in business, but if they don't do that, they're going to lose business. You know, we have several examples of how it has happened. And also with the government. I think we do have to establish some line of dialogue and to find the solutions and propose the solutions in all the projects that we have regarding sustainability. Because our professors and our community have been doing a lot of serious work on that. We just listened to the wonderful lecture, the keynote speaker by the professor here, that showed us everything that has been done and all the evidence, scientific evidence. Of course, going back to the previous panel, we are also dealing with disinformation. We're also dealing with fake news. And this makes our responsibility even greater because we have to teach not only true facts, but scientific knowledge as well. So we do have a role, an important role in all this discussion, not only in our own universities, but in relation to our countries and our societies as well.
Thanks. Just two things. And in terms of what we can do as a body, one of the things that Rodolfo mentioned to our group yesterday is metrics. So producing some of the metrics, and so on the graphs that he was showing, there were a lot of areas that aren't measured yet. So that is something we could do as an international community, we might want to focus on. In terms of education, collaborative online international learning programs are great, where you either bilaterally or multilaterally, you find a unit that's shared between across programs in different universities and learn together. So the students and we've done a few of these and they've worked really well. So the students in Bristol go and collect data in Bristol, and the students in Thailand go and collect data in Thailand, then they come together and they do a joint project. Can be a very powerful way of working in partnership whilst involving our students.
Can I add something? Cassandra just mentioned what Don and I were involved in this project together about the misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation, the infodemics. So we have another responsibility, and that is, this is really a pandemic, okay, the infodemic. And of course, the digital media is an enabling tool for this to spread so fast. I mean, it's been studied that untruths spread much faster than truths on the digital media. I think the R0 is like 10 or something, or 100, something like that, way higher than COVID ever was. Now, we have a job. We have a job because remember, we're a source of knowledge, right? To some extent, a custodian of truths, okay, to a certain extent. Not totally true, but largely true. So we need to vaccinate our students so that they will be, when they grow up and whatever, and they go out and exposed to these virulent misinformation, that they actually have immunity against it, right? You can't stop the virus, in this case, the malinformation, but you can build up immunity. So if we integrate SDG materials into our curriculum, we are immunizing our students, enabling their immune system to work much better against garbage out there. So it's not just, okay, well, I gotta have these courses. No. This is for their societal survival, right? And so anyway, so this is sort of like a moral obligation that we have on top of everything else. Thank you.
I just would like to add something that is important right now, actually, to tackle this misinformation. I mean, scientists and faculty, they have to be translators as well. They have to translate their scientific findings to the general public with very common language. And I think it's our obligation and our responsibility as a university to give an impulse to this activity, because sometimes this doesn't count in journals. In my research area, it doesn't add points, to my career. And I think it's becoming very, very important. I leave it like that. So now, questions of the audience. I mean, we have 15 minutes approximately. So maybe room for a couple of questions over there. Okay, I can go.
Hi, my name is Gabi from Maastricht University, and thank you for sharing what you're doing with respect to sustainability in education and the curriculum. What I would be interested in is learning from you how you capture your progress. Agnes referred to metrics. What kind of metrics, how do we capture, how do we assess how good we are? Because if we listen to our stories, we're doing pretty well. But is that true? And when are we satisfied? And I'm struggling myself at Maastricht University to capture and assess our progress or our impact, if you want, with respect to sustainability. So I'm looking forward to your experiences.
Shall I? I mean, I was talking to our curriculum board yesterday about what they do. I mean, you can look at the numbers of students that are taking particular programs, and you can look at whether that's increasing or decreasing. So that gives you something. One of the problems we've had is because with the embedding the sustainability in every program, we've said, well, you know, we'll decentralize it and you guys do what you want. We're not capturing everything. So now we've got to go back and say, we know we said it's going to be bottom up and that's going to be motivating for you. Actually, we're going to do a bit of top down now because we need the metrics to find out, you know, we need the student feedback. But I mean, that's as far as we've got really is counting the numbers of people that are taking part in the particular options that we've given. I'm sure there's clearly an awful lot more we could do that could be a lot more sophisticated, but I don't know about others.
Yes, I think that's it is an interesting question, but we also have to ask ourselves, what is it that we want to measure? Because, for example, when you're talking about education and you're talking about student, and I think the way that we measure that is to see if the students are interested or not. If you launch a program and you have a good number of students, so this shows that it is a success. But I think there are other ways of looking at it too. And I think this is not something that we can measure in terms of numbers. I think we measure in terms of the fact that we have a good number of students, but also the fact that it is something that is involving the community. So whenever we talk about sustainability, be it through the courses, undergraduate courses, or the involvement of graduate and undergraduate students in the projects that we have, whenever we have a call, because we have a call for those people to get a scholarship, you have like an enormous number of people applying specifically for that subject. Of course, we have other subjects as well. But the fact that it is a central focus in terms of the understanding of the community shows us that what we've been doing over the past years has had some resonance, together with the symbolic meaning of the pandemic that I said. I mean, it changed the minds of the students. So since our role is to teach and also to make them involved with these activities, I think this shows a success rate. But of course, we can also measure that in terms of how many students, and this we do, how many students enroll for the courses, how many of them change the courses, and if that keeps on, because the fact that you have always the same number of students or more students shows also the success of initiative. But no doubt this is an important one. But I think we need some time also to see and analyze what kind of results that we want from these activities.
Gabby, that's a very good question. Success, of course, the ability to measure success is absolutely important to achieve success. So I don't have an exact answer. The objective ones that have been mentioned, such as measuring enrollment and student evaluation, those are immediately obtainable. But I would suggest the following, and we've been doing it not exactly for that purpose, but now that you mentioned this, I think we may use this kind of approach. Namely, you hold activities outside the formal courses that relate to a SDG topic. It could be dressed up as something else, doesn't matter. Make it not like SDG 3, event or something like that, right? And you measure the attendance to those events. They have nothing to do with the class. It's like, if you see people flocking to a football game, you succeeded, that they all like football, right? And football is not the best example because everybody likes football. But, pick an event that can be like a litmus test almost. If you see initially, you have like 50 people attend. Now, the next time you do this slightly differently, you now have 200 people attending. Then you know that they have learned, they have developed an affinity, which is demonstrated by clustering around that event. So how do we do this in a smart way? I don't know yet, but I would suggest that as one option. So it's an independent measure of the success.
say something? Even I mean, I'm a moderator, but I'm also interested in this topic, and it's part of my responsibility. Yes, we're working now we have many different pillars of our sustainability plan. There are some pillars that can be measured with KPIs. I mean, water consumption, residues, energy, that is easy. When it comes to education, it becomes more complicated. So we're working with faculty to define learning outcomes, and we're on our way to do it. We're following the methodology suggested by UNESCO, which has been working. Okay, but I'd like to share something that's beyond the formal education. We wanted to understand our point of departure with our sustainability plan, and to understand what is our sustainability culture? I mean, is our community, our community have some idea? So we wanted that as a point of departure in order to see what we can do. Our experts designed a sustainability culture index with 4 domains. One is knowledge, literacy, basically. The other is ideologies, and then attitudes and visions and behavior. And we have some of our first results with relevant findings. I mean, I'm not going to, there's no time for this, but I just want to say that we're doing something beyond classroom, beyond formal education, and beyond what we consider, knowledge. It's our culture. Are we really living a sustainable culture? And I would love to exchange, I mean, if some of you are working on this, ideas, etc. So the next question.
Yeah. Hello, this is Meha Sham from CUHK. I'm not asking a question, I just wanted to give the response to the question raised by Gabby in terms of measuring the success of our curriculum as well as student training. I think that we have heard quite a few examples from various universities in order to know whether our effort in engaging the students are successful or not. I think that the whole goal of implementing this in our curriculum, whether formal or informal, is to improve the awareness of our next generation as well as motivating them so that they will be able to put something in action such that our earth and our environment will be able to sustain for a longer time. So I think it is all very clear to all of us to measure the success and see how these students are going to change in the world is going to take a very, very long time. Probably the emphasis here is not to try to measure how successful our initiatives have been, but put our effort together, first of all, to expand our engagement to all our students. In this sense, it's the WUN in our network. So measuring student engagement is definitely something doable. And measuring whether the courses or the program that we launch are successful, these can be done. But in measuring the students' action, probably will take a long time. I would think that if we have successful examples, we heard quite a few, just in a session now. I think to share among the member universities and share among the students will be extremely motivating for the other students to follow and to put in their creativity and extend this further. I also want to make use of this opportunity to say something about partnership and the importance of partnership in engaging and motivating students in putting their action in sustainable and environment action. Because all our universities in a particular geographical location, we have our local problems and local issues that we need to resolve. But when forming partnership, making use of the geographical location of our partners, it is possible to allow our students to see a much broader perspective so that they will be able to expand their awareness. I think these are already part of the success, measurable or not. It is already achieving a certain degree of the outcome. So thank you. These are just my comments. Thanks.
Well, we have 5 minutes.
Maybe I'll add one more thing to this measurement of success. So we have been running this Green Campus campaign for student-initiated projects, usually a couple of them working together with a prize to go with it. And I can tell you that the number of participants has been increasing. And therefore, we have to throw out more money. But that's okay. They're not very big prizes. But if that is also kind of a measure of the fact that students are seeing this as something they would like to do, even just as a project, okay, related to the residence hall, saving some energy here, there, and so on, and planting some vegetables on the rooftop or whatever. They have different degrees of sophistication. So that's another kind of measure, right? Completely unrelated to the classes, but nevertheless, you're measuring behavior. So just another thought.
I just would like to mention how much I enjoyed this session for several reasons. First of all, because I learned a lot of the initiatives from other universities, and I think that's what WUN is about. I mean, working together so that we can really contribute to our universities and also here to the topic. But I would like to say that some of the activities that were presented here I did not know about. So, for example, I'm sorry Bill had to leave, and we don't know what happened to the building. I was very curious to know. But anyway, he presented the program, the education for Aboriginal people, and we do have something exactly the same in Brazil with our indigenous people, and I'm sure that others also have. So it would be a wonderful project for us to work together towards it. The same thing has to do with what Agnes said. You know, some of the activities she's developed is similar to the program that we have for undergraduate as well. And also what Rocky said about a program for disinformation. Right now we have a program together with the Supreme Court in Brazil against disinformation, and the students participate and they get credits for that. So it is one type of cooperation that we have. So I was very pleased to hear so many possibilities, and I'm sure that there are many more with our other institutions that belong to WUN. So what is important here is what we started talking about, how collaboration among our institutions can not only give more visibility to the projects that we have, but can also create the conditions for a more amplified debate, not only in our universities, but also in our countries and other institutions with which we collaborate.
It's been a very enriching conversation, and I think it's the best way to end this panel. We will be waiting for you for the next panel shortly.
Thank you, Ines, for chairing it, for moderating.
That was great, Agnes.
Break now for lunch. We resume at 1 o'clock. Half an hour.
Después de la comida, el último día, la última hora. Siempre es moderador con presidentes de universidades. Ahorita ya se... Yo no había visto que estaba el panel el último día, a la última hora, después de la comida. Pero bueno, los presidentes y todas las actividades. Oye, es que tuvimos varias participaciones en varias sesiones. Sí, sí, pues, de estos días. Ha estado interesante las conversaciones. Como grupo, nada más, pero porque están presidentes y tenemos de distintas áreas, pero no tuvimos con vicepresidentes, tuvimos con sí, 3 sesiones, digamos, en total de los temas, las horas, ¿verdad? Yo creo que más 12 horas, muchas veces intercambios. Estuvo interesante lo que fue ciertos temas específicos que unos colegas presentaron, iniciativas, sobre todo la colega directora de Maastricht, que está en los Países Bajos. De último momento pudo venir, porque precisamente hay un
Can you take your seats, please? Welcome to the third and final session of the Presidents Forum. This is about how universities, through the campus policies and processes they have, can be exemplars of best practice in addressing complex environmental problems. Our session will be moderated by Miguel Ruiz Cabañas. Dr. Ruiz Cabañas has been a career ambassador at the Mexican Foreign Service since 1998 and has served as Mexico's ambassador to Japan and to Italy and several other countries. Currently, he is Professor of Mexican Foreign Policy and Director of the Initiative on Sustainable Development Goals at Tec de Monterrey. And he's also coordinator of the Mexican chapter of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the SDSN, as many of you know, a major force for promoting sustainable development. Dr. Ruiz Cabañas.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this extraordinary panel on leadership in policy and practice, which is an important segment of this Worldwide Universities Network conference that is taking place here in Monterrey. I am very honored to be the moderator of this high-level panel, which is focused on how our universities and research institutions are heading up towards sustainability and transformation. I think we are very lucky that in this panel we will have the opportunity to hear 4 university top leaders, presidents and chancellors who are leading their institutions in the quest for sustainability. We will hear directly from them on their plans, programs, vision, as well as the objectives they have launched with the support of their teams, along with the strategies they have adopted to achieve their goals. The panel will focus on how top universities leaders lead university communities in theory and everyday practice through their campus policies and processes to address the complex environmental problems that our societies as a whole are confronting. One of the main responsibilities and irrepressible duties of universities is to lead society towards a better present and much better future. They do that through permanent adherence to universal and unchanging values, freedom of teaching and research, the supremacy of truth and scientific evidence, and human solidarity and justice. Climate change and biodiversity loss are the most acute threat to the long-term survival of human civilization. Humankind's survival is in danger. We have to assume it, so we start changing our production and consumption habits. We cannot afford to continue with the old development paradigms that do not take into account the damages we are inflicting to the environment. We have to redesign our development paradigms in order to work in favor, not against nature. Human beings have conscience. We can register, reflect, debate, and redirect our thoughts to change the way we interact with nature and to promote our own well-being. We are not machines. We are fundamentally different from artificial intelligence programs. We have conscience. And usually, universities were established precisely to carry out that extremely important task, to develop human conscience. We are the only actors in society with the time and purpose to do that job. Universities must lead by example. In this panel, a very distinguished group of WUN presidents and vice chancellors, whose universities have been leaders in establishing sustainable campuses, will discuss the challenges and opportunities they have created or encountered, and the progress they have achieved so far in this permanent task. Universities cannot solve all social problems, but problems cannot be solved without universities, as Dr. Sandra Almeida just said in the previous panel. We have 4 leaders, Dr. David Garza Salazar, Executive President and General Rector of Tecnológico de Monterrey. 2, we have Dr. Barnabas Nawanje, who is the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda. We have Dr. Gavi Oderkerken Schroeder from the Maastricht University in the Netherlands. And we have Dr. Martin Paul, Rector of Ruhr University, who was previously President of Maastricht University. Welcome, and now we will start our panel. All panelists have 7 minutes to make their presentation, and then we will have a discussion. I'm sure it will be a lively discussion on how these leaders are leading us towards a better future. Please. Now, Dr. David Garza, please, can you deliver your presentation?
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the people that are here in the room and the people that are watching. It's been 3 wonderful days, and the last session after lunch, always challenging. But here I'm very excited to be here with my colleagues. And let me share with you about what we have done related to campus sustainability. Let me tell you that, of course, the first steps that we have taken are not new. I would say that it dates back to about 2 decades ago. There was the person responsible for the place where we are now, the main campus of Tecnológico Monterrey, Campus Monterrey. He had this idea of making it a more sustainable environment, a greener environment. And let me tell you, right now, many people that have been here in the conference have mentioned about the peacocks and the deers. But let me tell you, 2 decades ago, we didn't have the trees that we have right now. 2 decades ago, we brought 1,000 trees to our campus, and that started actually creating this environment, changing the ecosystem, and then these species that you saw here in campus came to later. Some of them actually came by themselves, not all of them actually were introduced. But now, coming back to more recent years, I could say that when we got involved in some alliances and commitments, we got invited from different groups, like, for example, for the Alliance for Climate Action and the Hamburg Declaration, and different organizations and different networks that were saying, well, would you join this agreement or this commitment in terms of trying to be a more sustainable campus and have more sustainable operations, and not just that, of course, also with other aspects like education and research. And I would say that that play an important aspect, and I see that as an important element of having this type of collaborations, that perhaps things that you were not having with a high priority, all of a sudden, because of these relationships, then you start saying, well, I need to put more attention into that. What have we done, as it was previously mentioned during the pandemic? We also thought about a strategic plan for the upcoming years, and as part of that plan, we defined that sustainability had to be an important aspect. We defined 15 important projects, and the sustainability being one of those. And we created what we call now the blue route. You would ask, why is not the green route? Well, because someone said, well, actually the planet, you have more blue color than green color. And the second excuse was, and blue is the color of tech. So that's so our plan, instead of being a green plan, is a blue plan. And it's a plan that has different dimensions. It has a dimension of mitigation, dimension of adaptation, education, research, and engagement. We started implementing the plan in 2020. Some of the results that we have achieved so far, when we compare with pre-pandemic, because of course during the pandemic operations were not the way that they used to be, but when we compare last year with the pre-pandemic year, we have obtained over 40% reduction in emissions from the activities that we do in campus, a reduction of 10% in the energy consumed per square meter, and also we moved towards renewable energy, and now over 70% of the energy of our campuses and our hospitals comes from renewable energy. But we also realized that we had to think also in terms of the new projects, new capital expenditure projects that we do to be actually more sustainable. Just this last year, we opened what is the first off-grid building in the entire city that is not connected to the water network, but it captures water and it uses that water for its own operation. And we also are working, and the construction is going on for what we call it the green ship. This is a $30 million investment. And the idea is that this building will be providing the infrastructure for air conditioning and cooling, the cooling system for the entire campus operation, that in the midterm it will give us 30% reduction from what we actually produce in terms of emissions. One aspect that I would like to share also with you is the relevance that to also interact with other stakeholders, local stakeholders. I mentioned perhaps we started international, but then, I mean, this is an issue that you have to act local. So you have to interact international, act local to actually try to have an impact. And we have had the opportunity to influence some states. As I mentioned, we have presence in 26 different campuses. And like, for example, in this state, the state of Nuevo León, where the city of Monterrey is, we managed to convince many of the municipalities to join these commitments towards Race to Zero. And also another state more towards the center of Mexico, Querétaro, we participated with other universities. We led the creation of a manifesto for circularity, so for the reduction of waste. But I would also like to share that some of the learnings that, personal learnings that I've had. Last year, there was a water crisis here in the state of Nuevo León, in the city of, the city of Monterrey, and the metro area was affected. All of a sudden, the dams that we have that provide water to the metro area, well, the level started getting lower, until there was no water at all. So it was a real crisis. All of a sudden, we had to change. We had to, there was an emergency plan implemented in the city. You didn't have water for everyday purposes, and there were scheduling cuts in different areas of the city, water for agriculture and all that. And then we started also a program to save water consumption here in our campus. And we realized that the actions that we took, that's equivalent to 2 months of full supply of 600 households. So I was thinking, well, we took this action because we had this crisis. So one learning is that we need always to be even more critical about, well, what's what we have currently that we haven't seen, but that we need to actually, we have some opportunities also for having some important impact. And finally, I would like to mention that we are now with some next steps related to reducing plastic use. We declared last year that we want our campuses to be PET-free in terms of the use of plastic. And with that, we are going to start with our own operations, but then it will imply also suppliers, people that interact with us. We are working on more water circularity. One aspect that we haven't tackled, and I'm pushing the people responsible of this Blue Route program, the air travel, something that it was mentioned here, because we think that there is a big opportunity there. I would like to finish mentioning that also on top of this, we have a very strong program related to the Sustainable Development Goals. I just mentioned about the operations associated, the campus operations associated to climate, to the environment, but something very important for us has been the overarching approach for the Sustainable Development Goals. But I will stop here, and perhaps later I can talk about other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garza. And now I will give the floor to Dr. Barnabas Nawangwe. I'm sure I mispronounced your name, but I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm an architect by practice and training, and my research interests are in what we call vernacular architecture, which is constructing using local available materials without any modern technology. And I just want to share a conversation I had with one of my students who was involved in the projects, when I was telling him very much about the need for conservation and so on. And he asked me, but you know, the Bible and the science say the world will end soon, so why are we doing all these things? And I said, you know, the Bible never said when the world will end, although it said soon. And in any case, for God, a million years is like one day, according to the Bible. And the scientists have said we are still here for about 4.5 million years. But we have been here for only 2 million, and it looks like a very long time. So maybe we need to do these things. And then he said, but one of the top leaders in the world, a powerful person, has condemned the scientists, saying we are deceiving the world, that, you know, environmental change is caused by human beings. And I asked, but when is the last time you heard that person was telling the truth? Okay. So apparently we have to continue doing these things. Well, I'm from Makerere University, and the picture that you see there is the gate to Makerere University. We're just celebrating 100 years, and we are proud of it. Of course, we are not as old as some universities in this room, but we still think that we are very old. Now, as a university, we are tasked, of course, with leading by example. And some of the things that we are tackling through research is addressing issues of the very high population growth. Africa's population growth is very high, and Uganda definitely is growing very fast. Then this is leading to environmental degradation, mainly because of cutting down the forests, the trees, use of wood, fuel, and for cooking and baking bricks. And also the drainage of the wetlands is at a very high rate, and that is causing a lot of problems. There are also issues of groundwater pollution. Now, so as a campus, what do we do? Through policies, we have several policies that address these issues of environmental sustainability. One is, of course, the use of technology. We have got policy on disposal of information and communication technology equipment. We've got a policy on infrastructure and environmental management, a planning policy, and also a space allocation policy. So that whatever we do, we try to minimize interfering with the natural environment. What are the practices that we do at the university if we are going to lead by example? We have what we call environmental clubs, so the students' clubs who are attached to professors who are knowledgeable in these areas, and they do a lot of work on the campus to try and make sure that the campus remains green and We keep planting trees. Then water harvesting is another intervention that we do. The regreening initiative, well, we believe that we have the most green area within the city of Kampala, but we think we must continue doing that. Then we have banned the use of the entrance of public transport into the campus, so as to, show the public and the students that we need to minimize pollution, because we are not an industrialized country, but we have realized that pollution in Kampala is higher than in many industrialized countries, big cities. And this is mainly because of the use of firewood and mostly the use of firewood. And then we also use of sustainable building materials. So as to demonstrate to the rest of the community that, we can change the way we do things and minimize the interference with the environment. So these two photographs show examples of buildings that we have put up on campus as demonstration projects. Both of these use bamboo. Now, we are members of the International Association on Bamboo and Rattan, and we know that because our forests are disappearing very fast, and that we are not going to solve the problem of use of wood fuels soon, we must get alternatives. And so encouraging the people to grow bamboo and also to use it for fuel, but also for construction. And we have demonstrated that, it is possible still to have reasonable accommodation using bamboo. The other one is use of compressed earth blocks. So we have a few structures on campus now which we are building with the compressed earth blocks as demonstration projects, because the other big use of wood fuel is actually for burning bricks. And we have demonstrated also that you can actually have quite good buildings using compressed earth blocks, and now a lot of people are using this across the country. So that is, as a result of what we are doing, that's, you can, if you look, that is the campus of Makerere University, and you can see that it is sort of an island in a sea of buildings which are without trees. So everybody knows that, Makerere in Kampala is the green environment. They come there to find out what we are doing, and we think that we are playing our role as required. So I think that's what I had to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nawangwe. And now I pass the floor to Dr. Gabi Odekerken from Maastricht University.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And you even pronounced my name perfectly, so you are native Dutch, apparently. Could you please pass me the clicker for the slides? Yeah. Fantastic, thank you so much. So yeah, we heard a lot already today about education, about research, and what we can do in terms to increase our sustainability and to make sure that everyone becomes aware. We do not yet know exactly how to capture that. I think that is a conclusion that we can also fairly draw. But today it's my pleasure and honor to share what we have done in Maastricht about campus policies and processes. So I won't touch education or research, but focus on this. And what you see here as a slide, first slide, is our former military barrack. It's called Tapijn, and it's now one of our favorable buildings, energy neutral, and I'll get back to that, but it's one of our of the buildings that we are very proud of. And talking about older young universities, I think our university is among the youngest, started in '76. But the buildings are probably the oldest because many of our buildings are former monuments. So that is a very nice contradiction. So if we talk about sustainability and also about campus processes and policies, I think it is important, though, to start at our strategic program, because policies and processes, they don't start from scratch, they start from a strategic program. And in our most recent strategic program, we have the aim to become fully sustainable, but also to become a driver of sustainable developments. And in terms of our operations, we are really committed to reducing our ecological footprint. And I realized, Martin, that a lot of what I'm sharing is actually to be credited to you. So Martin is our former president, and he definitely made a big foundation for what we are doing now. So that is the strategic embedding in a nutshell. But we also thought it is very important at the university level to make sure that there is a governance around our ambition of sustainability. And these are the four central level sustainability bodies that have been established. So the first is we have a sustainability strategy board. And this board advises the executive board on important sustainability themes. And then we have an academic whom we consider as the sustainability lead, Frank Boons at the moment, and he is also an expert from his research area, oversees research and education in sustainability, and is also a person whom the executive board can consult for advice. And then we have a sustainability officer, and that is Jeroen Warnier at the moment, and he is responsible for linking our strategy to operations, to make sure that all the bright ideas also get down to really the organization of our university. And we have a change program, which we called SUM 2030, Sustainability University of Maastricht 2030, to direct the organization towards this sustainable future, really developing explicit programs. And I'm one of the supervisory board members in this change program. So that's our strategy and our governance. And for today, I brought 6 very concrete examples in terms of campus policies and operations to illustrate some of the ideas that we are currently doing. So the most left picture shows this Tapijn Barak, and it received a BREEAM certificate, which is the most widely used quality mark in Europe to assess and measure the sustainability of buildings and areas. And the beautiful thing is, I think, that how we are energy neutral, but also in terms of waste, water, lighting, it's really 9 different criteria that this was assessed upon. A second theme that shows that we also try to be sustainable in our operations relates to our sustainable real estate. Invested incredibly in reducing the CO2 emissions of our real estate, and not only focusing on the Tapijn building, but all its buildings throughout the city. And we have an urban campus, but also some buildings outside the urban city center. And have we really implemented measures such as LED lights, heat recovery, heat pumps, so very practical things to make sure that we have sustainable real estate. Then the third picture is the picture of my habitat, the School of Business and Economics. It's a former Jesuit monastery, so we have lots of small rooms that fit perfectly with our problem-based learning, teaching in small groups that we do. But it's also illustrative of the portfolio of our monuments. And for the next 7 years, Maastricht University will invest 27 million to make these monuments more sustainable. You can imagine that not all of them are very sustainable at this very moment. And that's 25% of our total real estate investment. And then the last 3 projects that I brought as an illustration is a very simple one, turn off that switch. So our heating has been set 2 degrees lower and our cooling system 2 degrees higher. It's as simple as kissing, basically, huh? But that helps us improve our sustainability. And then example 5, our solar park. So the park delivers 30% of the energy that Maastricht University uses. And as David was also illustrating, as a university, I think we are also important to use green energy. And because we also purchase the remaining 70% through solar and wind energy, we really are completely running on green energy. And then the last example that was used, I think already on Monday, our Take the Green Seat initiative, really focusing every one of us, faculty and staff, to be very mindful of how we travel. So we traveled more by train, we have a whole system, and I added the URL for you if you want to use it for inspiration, that helps faculty and staff decide how to travel in terms of the next trip that we are making. This all looks very promising. I think we are also on our way, but it's also fair to share some failures as we were asked for. And that failure relates to the Take the Green Seat, because we also encouraged our staff to offset the flights that we do make by paying a greening contribution to our mitigation fund. And that would be spent on sustainable causes, and everyone who would contribute would have a say in which sustainable cause would benefit. But that fund is still nearly empty, I would say. So we need to think of some change management of how to make that happen. And I don't have a nice story of what we may learned out of this, like Bill had with his White Elephant building. Our fund is empty, and we have to find a way to reconsider this. I think that's all as an illustration from Maastricht University. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ode Kerken. Now I give the floor to the last presenter, Dr. Martin Paul.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also will talk about governance, and I will talk how to implement a sustainability policy at the university. As you may know, I was in Maastricht and moved 1.5 years to lead the WUN University in Bochum. It's a very large university, and for those who were here yesterday, looks very much like the University of Alberta in Edmonton, very decentralized. And when we started as directorate, we said, you know, we have, of course, respect all the different DNAs in this huge university, but we said there are really important topics where we need to move together as a university community. So we defined 4 overarching themes: digitalization, internationalization, diversity, and sustainability. And we also said, you know, these are 4 topics where one of the board members, one of the rectorate, has to take an active lead in really transforming them and making them happen during the term of our period of government, if you want to say it that way. And so I took on the task for sustainability, because also of the experience in Maastricht. And funny enough, maybe I was there too long, I also have 6 points to make. And the 6 points that I think have been crucial in this experience and bring us on our way to really have a strong policy, I believe, and a strong governance, and I share some of the experience in this process. Number one, I said it's a very decentralized university, but it has a lot of great stuff in this decentralized structure. It's sometimes not so visible. So that's how we started, and the first point I want to make is involvement. When you want to start such a process of taking something away from decentral organizations to put it centralized, you have to involve the whole community, and that's what I did. We, for example, we had already a structure called a think tank sustainability, so I didn't dissolve that, but even broadened it. I said we need to have feedback if you are in the executive from the organization. Also, one of the first groups I talked to was Student for Future and the fossil-free movement, because they have been very critical, greenwashing, etc. And I invited them and said, you know, don't glue yourself to the wall. Why don't you help us to move things along and be part of the team? And that has been very rewarding because a lot of good input comes from them. It also helps them to get a sort of reality check to see, you know, they have sometimes very, very extreme I think wishes, but they see what is real, and it really brings them together. The second point I want to make is called kickstart. You have to, when you start with such a process, you have to have a moment that brings everybody together. And we did this by creating a mission statement on sustainability, a mission statement that had, again, a number of segments. You know, of course, the usual ones: education, research, knowledge transfer, but also community, communication, and campus. And we said, what are our goals for this policy, which is also, of course, 2030, where we want to achieve some things? What can we reach until then? And this was then discussed with all groups at the university. Everybody could get input, and it became something that was a strategic document. The next thing, of course, and that's even more difficult, you have to implement these things. And what I did, I brought together a task force, sustainability, where I asked, you know, 6 or 7 of the most prominent researchers and experts that, of course, many universities like yours have, and bring them together to help really create an implementation plan, a strategy. For example, we have one of the top experts on energy transition in Germany and beyond, and in sustainable building. And what we did, and this is my third point, sometimes you have also to focus on the boring solutions, on the quick wins, because what we did, we really, in these areas, said, what can we achieve rapidly with a good impact and at a low cost? And then you get a lot of ideas. And one example is there was a big wish from our students to have also get credits for sustainability. So we introduced the sustainability, or we are in the process of introducing a sustainability certificate that the students can have next to SM as a credential to really put forward. That's one of those short-term actions. But we also, in this plan with fast, intermediate, long-term, determine some bigger projects. And one of the projects that we is quite unique, because, you know, we are in an old mining area. Actually, the university campus sits on an old mine, and these mines are filled with water. And we have one of the best groups in Europe on geothermia. So there's now a project starting, and that we discuss how we can use heat pump and solar energy to heat up this giant radiator. And when we do that, and this will of course take a few years, then we can get all the heat for the whole campus from this. The fourth point I want to make, it's called carrot, not stick. And this is something when you really want to introduce something like a mobility policy, you know, like we had here, fly less, but also use public transport. We need to have a reward system and not a punishment system. And there we run, talking about failures, in the same problem, how you create a reward, you know, how you induce people to do this. So this is something still we're puzzling with, but in my experience, if you forbid that no longer parking at a fee, you have also to give something back. And the fifth point is you have to have a solid governance, and this has been brought by several of you. And as I said, this task force, we have the think tank, that is the community, and we also have a green office, which is basically the kind of feedback you get from the organization, mostly from students. You have also a sustainability officer, and one of the eminent scientists that is really at the university is leading this group. And my last point, the sixth point, is that, of course, when you address this issue, you have to do something. I'm use a word that I hate to use. It's called holistic. You have to develop an integrated view on research, education, transfer, societal commitment. And what we did in this approach, we really said, you know, let's look where these things match the best when we look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, all 17 are important and somewhere in our organization, but we chose the ones where we're particularly strong in this integrated view: education, research, transfer, society commitment. And one is then gender, the SDG 5, new industry, SDG 9. And so we have these 3 or 4 SDGs where we're particularly good at, where we're really recognized about. And of course, we have also the partnership. And that's something we all have, by the way. And I would close by saying, you know, one of the syndrome of meetings, not especially for WN, is you sit in this meeting and at the end of the meeting, you say, hey, we have so many common interests, let's do something together. And then you say, let's do something together soon. And then you all leave on our flights. And next year we probably have the same feeling. So probably one of the things we should use is that we, without funds from WN, Mike, not get nervous, and Peter, but like bring our best experts together or ask for a call of ideas. If we put our best experts together, we can generate truly critical mass to be also an ID generator, not only in our local environment, but also on a global scale. That's all I have to say now. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Martin Paul. Well, I think we have heard 4 fantastic presentations on what our leaders at the universities are doing to actually transform the university campuses in sustainable campuses. And one thing that I think you all repeated was that universities must lead by example. Universities must be conscious that as universities, they are a very powerful actor in society. And so maybe other institutions, government institutions, private sector institutions, can take the example made by universities. Dr. Garza, I would like to ask you, what notable obstacles have you had to overcome in advancing your sustainable initiatives, if any at all? I mean, if you can comment on the obstacles or difficulties or challenges that have been there in implementation of your plan.
Sure. Perhaps I would mention as one of the obstacles this balance between the long term and the short term. Because definitely there are some of these initiatives that in the short term you are not going to see direct impact, let's say, or won't be that visible. I mean, the building that I gave you as an example, this $30 million investment, well, it's something that will go on the ground and will be to have cooling and heating systems that will be more efficient, more friendly with the environment. But we will see those in terms of the functionality, let's say, we won't see that much difference from what we have today, but we will see the benefit for the environment in the midterm, and we will see perhaps a benefit related to cost also in the midterm. But then to put that project to compete against a very long list of projects related to all of them related to our mission. So I would say that that's always something that as a challenge. I would also say that changing regulations is also a challenge here in the case of our country there, and the topic of energy has been an important issue, and then this moving target, then it makes you things that you were thinking to do, then to redirect it towards other side. And let me tell you also another thing. We at universities, we are very, very good at creating new things, but we are very bad at deciding what to turn off, what to pull, when and where to pull the plug. So I think that that's also part of the obstacles that sometimes we've been facing. So this is just an example of some of the obstacles.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Dr. Martin, can you comment on this same question? Because you had your Maastricht experience, and now you have the real experience.
Well, I think the obstacle is that particular universities, and I think that's a common thread, are a bit more like a people's republic, right? And if you're in the leadership, you have to convince people that you take over some of the responsibilities. So I think that the biggest obstacle is that you have to avoid any distrust that you say, you know, I'm centralizing everything, I'm taking everything over, and I'm taking away from you. And you also have to give something back, I think. And that's the balance you have to make. And the failure you make is communication. You know, one mistake, one obstacle we made, we were so excited with all our scientists and the students and moved this along. And then at some point we did realize that we've forgotten one important party, and that's the administration, because these are the people who have to really operationalize this, you know. So I think the obstacle, you know, we talk about external factors, David, but I think really make sure that the whole organization knows what you're doing and why are you doing it, because if you don't do that, then you are going to fail.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Same question to you, Dr. Odekerken.
Yeah, my pleasure. My day is already fantastic now. A cardiologist making a compliment to a marketing professor saying that marketing and communication is crucial. So I can relate very well to what both Martin and David say. I think if I look at the obstacle for Maastricht University, it basically boils down to this recent Oscar-winning movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That is what we try to be, and we can't. And I think we face workload restrictions, and we have to prioritize, and that is something we are bad at. So that is the struggle that we are still in the middle of at the moment.
Thank you, Dr. Nwangwe.
Yeah, well, for a university in a poor developing country, the biggest obstacle is always the resources. So whatever we do, we have to take, you know, very serious decisions on what do you forfeit in order to carry on with your environmental program. So it means you leave out a lot of things, and then of course you begin getting resistance. Why are you spending money on trees when we don't have say good classrooms? So there is always that challenge of balancing your resources in order to be able to invest on the environmental issues.
Thank you, Dr. Nwangwe. It seems to me that you know, at least Dr. Martin, Dr. Odekerken, Dr. Garza mentioned the question of how to defeat inertia. How to defeat inertia, how you can try to move people to change their minds and to change their habits. What do you say about this, Dr. Odekerken?
What we learned is start at what we are already doing. There were sustainability initiatives before we had a sustainability strategy, because we have people at the school who care about our environment. And if we start there and capitalize on those initiatives, I think we already have a very, very strong case of what we are doing. And this energy that comes from these groups, that's also contagious to other groups. And then you don't instill it top down, but you really see, well, we are doing actually great stuff. Let's do more of that.
Thank you, Dr. Odekerken. Dr. Garza, can you?
Sure. One thing that I can comment related to this is student involvement. I think that that's something that we have learned. I mean, when we were doing our strategic plan, we were thinking about what are the disciplines that we want to push forward and to be at another level for the upcoming years. What's the research infrastructure that we have? What's our internationalization strategy that we need to have? But then when we go with the students about what would you like your university to be doing and to be thinking, and then you start listening. The priorities that we have are different from the priorities that they have. Of course, they want an extraordinary ecosystem for their development, but sustainability is a big issue for them. So I think that has helped us somehow. The other aspect, I will stress that, is the international partnerships. Because as I mentioned, I mean, I feel that those international partnerships to us were the ones that got us more active into this, because of the signing a commitment to be neutral by year 2040. Well, now how are we going to achieve that? And the other thing that I think that we should be doing more, recognizing that is one of the aspects that perhaps we still have a gap, is better data. Better data, so you can then, I mean, we are, at universities, we are very critical, we are very logic. So in terms of putting the data about the current operations, where we are, where we could be, and with the actions and the initiatives that we are taking. So some of the initiatives sometimes are because we think that this is the right thing to do, but we need to support it with even better data.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Dr. Nwangwe, do you want to comment on this, on how to do defeat inertia in the campus?
Well, I think we are lucky because in our country, the government challenged us to take the lead on coordinating the attainment of SDGs. So almost on everything we must show that we are doing something. And to us, that is a good challenge. But we also have a very vibrant student community. They are the ones actually leading the intervention on environmental issues. I talked of the environmental clubs. They were started by students themselves, and then we just came in to support them. So the vigilance of the students and also the responsibility we have to the country to ensure that we guide on the attainment of the SDGs has helped us.
Thank you, Dr. Nwangwe. Dr. Garza, as well as Dr. Paul, and I think Dr. Oderkerken too, mentioned the importance of collaboration among universities. And so I would like to raise this question. In which areas could your university's initiatives be most strengthened through collaboration with other WUN partners? What do you would like to do with other universities, members of the network? Do you want to start, Dr. Oderkerken?
Yes, please. Where would I like to collaborate further with WUN partners? I think for me, it would be very important to dive deeper into my previous question. And that question was, how do we capture what we are doing? And I'm not only talking about numbers and metrics, it can also be narratives, it can also be marketing communication strategy showing what we are doing, having testimonials of employers that say, well, if we recruit from Maastricht University, we are sure that we hire people that care about the environment. But this system developing this impact assessment, if you will, that is something that I think exchanging of what every one of us is doing would really be a catalyst in. And I already had some bilateral conversations on this topic that was very inspiring, but I would invite everyone to think along and see how we can also demonstrate, because I think it's too easy to say we have many students interested, so we are successful in sustainability. Probably our courses were not of the right quality. So do we teach them then to become responsible citizens? I'm not sure. And so I think this is something that would help me a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Oderkerken. Dr.
Yes, okay. First of all, I think as universities, we already work together on these topics. This whole network is about sustainability, and there are collaborations going on. I think maybe we also need to consider to go a step further, embracing the so-called triple helix approach. We said, where can we join forces with government bodies, the public sectors? Where can we join forces with the private sector? Because it's a common problem that we have. It's not only our problem, it's a societal problem. Other large players and people that are responsible in society probably need to join forces with us. And again, in other sectors where this triple helix approach has been employed, it has really facilitated and improved the speed how things can be changed, because it's really a global problem. It's not only the problem of universities, but we all have different expertises that we can bring in. That's number one. Number two is maybe as a network and maybe in association with other alliances of universities, we should think maybe sometimes bigger, because even if I look in this room, if I look at the universities that are assembled here, if I listen to the input that has been given, it is for me evident that we have an extremely broad knowledge base of excellent knowledge on sustainability issues. And if there would be a way to bring this together in a strong way, I think we could be not only worldwide, but also world leading in these issues and bring them forward. Either making them public, communicating, call to actions, and so on. I would say the power that we have, we are in a way as an organization, sometimes I feel like a giant, which is also very diverse. But if we can achieve to make an effort, to make even more an effort to really bring this topic together, we can be a very efficient partner for many organizations. So I think that's something, I had too much coffee, I guess, that I really would encourage.
Thank you. Dr. Garza, the same question.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that, well, definitely opportunities like this just to share is definitely one of the benefits of the network, but about what else could we be doing on top of what has been said. I was thinking, I mean, at the end of the day, we as universities, we want to have impact. And as a network, we want to have impact as well. And that impact is, in this case, we're talking about a topic, a global topic, but that requires, as I mentioned, that local action. I think that it's very interesting what we've been listening throughout this day. And if we could have a very practical database of cases or practices that can be very easily transferred or adopted, not just by universities, because we also have a responsibility, and we have many organizations, companies are looking at us and say, what can we do, and what ideas can you bring to the table? And I think that opportunity to have those very practical, actionable, transferable practices that we can share among the network, and that we locally can then amplify that with other stakeholders. It comes to my mind that I once heard Esther Duflo talk about this topic, and of course there was this issue about, well, how the climate change issue, you have the countries in the north that are polluting a lot, and the countries in the south hemisphere that are going to be highly affected by that, and that sometimes the tensions that exist about the implementation of things. Well, here we are a network where there are representations from Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, everywhere. So here that opportunity for collaboration is very, very interesting.
Please.
I'm sorry, the coffee has kicked in again. Just one example what we could do without, why not have making a list where we all bring together the top experts that we have on any of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals and say, this is the WN expert base, and then we make a kind of strategic document for that, and we all go to our governments and say, we're not only coming as the University of Bochum or Maastricht or Monterey, this is our back group that's helping us. And you know, if you have a question on gender equality or education, these are the experts we can offer globally. This could be something we achieve at a low effort, quick win, to make us more visible. Okay, sorry, interrupted.
The contrary. Dr. Nwangwe, do you want to comment on this? What kind of collaboration do you would like to have within this network?
Well, I agree with my co-panelists. I think we can't overemphasize the need for collaboration in all areas. I was just checking on our website and I realized that we have some form of collaboration with every university that is in the WUN in different forms. And just to say that for the last 3 days I've been here, I'm living here a much more educated Vice Chancellor. I'm going to do some things very differently. So I think we can really, I agree that we could form those databases of experts who could be exchanging information, because every university is unique and they're addressing problems in a different way. And it is good to learn from each other.
Thank you, Doctor. Now let me change a little bit the subject of discussion. How does any external pressure to respond to the environmental crisis actually influence your decision making? Is there any event or things or new information that actually influence the way that you are leading your university for sustainability? Do you want to start, Dr. Nwangwe? When you read, you know, a new IPCC report or a new law from your government, these kind of external factors affect the way that you are, your strategy or the way you are leading the university for sustainability?
Well, I think there are two types of pressures. There are those from within my country, where the government thinks it has more important things to do than dwell on the environment. It has solved so many other problems. And so we have to keep reminding them that if you don't solve the environmental problem, then the others are going to increase. And so you need to do some things right. The other one is what I talked about. I follow the global debates on environment very much, and I just get surprised by statements made by some world leaders about the environment. And I know that one time one senior scientist a recommendation was made by a top world leader that they should strip off his Nobel Prize because the president didn't believe that what he was saying was right, that these problems are not caused by human beings.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Odekerken, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I think in the case of Maastricht University, we have 4 what we call bright lands campuses around our university. One is focusing on sustainable health, another on sustainable food and circular economy, a third one on chemicals and the whole transition needed there, and a third one on data science. And I think if I could call these initiatives on the campuses where we also work together with SMEs, with large companies, with students, curricular programs, if these are considered external sources and external pressure, I think this is what really motivates us to even make an extra mile, because those industries are asking us for advice on sustainability, for instance. They are recruiting alumni that are knowledgeable in these domains. And so if we want to make a contribution to these campuses, to the companies involved, I think that is really encouraging us to focus on these themes.
Thank you, Dr. Odekerken. Dr. Martin Paul.
Well, I think, you know, one would think who encourages the government is a society as a whole. I must say, and I'm coming back what Rocky said earlier, is the consensus that we've borrowed the verse from our children, as you said. And it's basically sometimes also the discussions I have at the kitchen table with my children and saying, you have to do something about this. And also the many discussions we have with students at the university that really push us and sometimes go over the top. You know, there's a big discussion in Germany of this, Extinction Rebellion and others, you know, but it's the sense of urgency that they create, and we are responsible for them and to them. So this is a big driver, certainly in our environment, and that's why we also said let's not alienate each other. Let's really endorse a dialogue, you know, and get the input, because it's really we're leaving the place for them, and that's probably the biggest driver as an organization. Next, of course, all the beautiful statements that our governments give us, but if crunch time comes, we really are on our own to be leading the way.
Thank you, Dr. Paul Martin. Dr. Garza.
Yes, just to add on what has been said, I think that definitely public trust is something very important. There is always this confidence in the university and this accountability on us as universities. Let me give you an example. We had graduations here where in those graduations, at the end, we use fireworks. So now the city has been going through some very bad days in terms of air quality. So then there is this, even though we haven't had complaints from the citizens, but there is something that get us to reflect on that and say, well, what's the example that we want to give? But I would also like to add, I mean, I mentioned the pressure that we have for the water crisis, but that this is an issue where I think that we always should be very uncomfortable ourselves, an issue that we should be always very self-critical. And let me tell you, also sharing some data, here in Mexico, the largest supermarket chain is Walmart. They have like 40% of the space that is being used for supermarkets here in Mexico. I was looking at the other day, then we have about 2 million square meters of buildings in all over Mexico in the different operations of Tec de Monterrey. This will be about a third of what Walmart is here in Mexico. So by looking at what we currently have, I mean, we are like small cities or sometimes large cities in terms of the operations that we have, the people that come to our campuses every day, and the interactions that we have. So there is a lot that is still to be done, but there is a lot that we can influence by the examples that we provide. So I think that this aspect of the data, the scientific data that every day is being updated, I would say it's enough external pressure for all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. We are heading to the end of this panel, but there are two questions that I think should be raised and might be important for all of us. The question is, are you, in your own experience, are being as ambitious as you would like in responding to the environmental crisis? I mean, would you like to be more ambitious that you are being now, or what else would you do if you could in the coming future to improve your performances? Do you want to start, Dr. Nawangwe?
Well, I think that I should play a bigger advocacy role to educate the public that we need to do more to protect the environment, because we depend on the environment. If it is gone, we are also gone. So, yeah, I think that's where I want to put my energies, especially as I go into retirement.
Okay, Dr. Martin.
Well, there was a report recently on our university in Times Higher Education and it said, "It looks like University of Leeds on a rainy day." Somebody here from Leeds, yeah? Yeah, okay, and it reflects to the fact that the majority of our campus is from the 1960s and 70s and was not built in a sustainable way. It has used a lot of energy. It is, and if you would do something like you do in Maastricht with this BREEAM building, to also have a campus that's sustainable, we would need a lot more funds. So that's our biggest obstacle, that we, when we have the ambition, and our community has the ambition that also the campus is a sustainable, a green campus, we are hampered by the way that the buildings are owned by the government. You have to go to the government to build them, and it's going to be too long until that is realized. So, and it's costing a lot more than the 27 million in Maastricht in our situation. So that's really something I would like to have the means and possibilities to do this more efficiently than we can do now.
Dr. Garza.
Yes, well, definitely here represented are relatively young universities, but once again, we aspire to be here for centuries. And if we have governments that change every certain time, we have companies that come and go, but here we are. Here we are the universities that it has been proved that we are resilient and we have a higher purpose. So I think that in that sense, we cannot say that we should always, as I mentioned, feel uncomfortable with what we have achieved and think that we can even have more impact. What are the constraints? Definitely resources, human resources, capital resources, and I would say another constraint, perhaps it has to do with culture, internal culture, and habit changes that need to be done for a situation like this. So that's what I would share.
Thank you, Dr. Odekerken.
Yeah, I think after this morning's keynote, no one dares to say we are ambitious enough. So there's still many more things that we have to realize together. If I would have superpower, I think I would change all our behavior. As human beings, we fall back in our routines and habits. And if we organize a conference or a meeting, we have our strict regimes for that. But if we would have this superpower, we would immediately do everything sustainable and no one would have to think about it. Traveling, I think it's really a change management process that we are going through. And I agree with what has been said, our students are probably strongest. They care about their future, they care about the environment. We do too, as long as we don't have to change our routines.
Okay. Thank you. Well, last question. The role of alliances. Worldwide University Network is an alliance. There are others, the SDSN. But what about the alliances within the university community with private sector, government? Dr. Paul Martin mentioned this, the importance of alliances. How important these alliances are for your university, for the sustainable transformation of the institutions? Any comment on this, Dr. Martin Paul?
Basically, can follow up what I said earlier. You have to think. It's good to have university alliances, but you also have to, if you want to change things, you have to partner with other sectors. I mean, that's crucial, and we should be leading the way in this aspect, because we can offer content and ideas, and others can transform also others. So it's extremely important for us that we bring these together, and we can do this, of course, first at our regional level in our countries, but it would be nice also we are the worldwide university network, if you also could interact with worldwide institutions in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Nwangwe. Do you want to comment on this? In the spirit of the SDG 17, the importance of multi-actor alliances.
Yeah, well, we are a government institution, and we have to align with the government anyway. Otherwise we don't survive. But it is extremely important that we have proper alliance with the government, with the private sector, to remove, first of all, to remove suspicions. I mean, every time, because I have to go and defend my budget in the parliament, if I make a mistake and say something that looks political, then my member of parliament thinks I intend to stand for parliament. Okay, and then he begins this giving me problems. So I have to do everything tactfully, because we need the government, we need the private sector in order to succeed.
Okay. Dr. Odekerken.
Yeah, I look at this responsibility as a plea for innovation or a plea for co-creation. And in my view, you can only do that with not like-minded people. So whether we bring in companies or people from different disciplines or from different parts of the world, I think that is the only way to get out of our boxes and to get out of our comfort zones and to really think about innovative ways of changing our worlds and our routines. So I would fully advocate in favor of partnerships with all kinds of different stakeholders, as long as they are not identical to who we are. So the more different, the better.
Dr. Garza.
Yes, very briefly, I would add that very frequently we talk about the triple helix for many initiatives that we work with. But I think that some of those initiatives where we talk about the triple helix is like a catalyst. It will help us go faster or achieve those ambitious goals. And there are other initiatives in which the triple helix is not a catalyst, but a requirement in order to achieve what we want to achieve. This is a very tough problem, very complex problem, and you definitely need, as it's well documented, all the stakeholders. So it's something that we need to be involved with the leadership that we as universities, as a sector, represent. But as it was said before, we cannot solve it by ourselves, but it cannot be solved with or without our participation.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Well, we have a few minutes for questions or comments from you. Any one of you want to say something about these fantastic presentations? Dr. Rodolfo Lassi.
Thanks. I would like to ask you about the impact of having a green campus in the students' life, because we saw the first day that the mental health problems are increasing, and there are evidence that in green buildings the productivity of the workers improves, but also the well-being of the people is also improving. I don't know if you have evidence that the students, the professors, the workers at the university are more happy or more productive or better students. And that's the first question. But the second question that is related with measuring these impacts is the MRB principles of this environmental management that we are trying to do globally. Because transparency is relevant. So the monitoring, reporting, and verification processes are quite important in order to be transparent with your peers or to inside the organization. So these are my two questions.
To whom are you addressing? Dr. Lassi. One comment from both panelists, from the four panelists? Or in general. So you want to respond to that, Dr. Luangwe?
I think it is very clear in our case that the greening of the campus is helping students to be more calm. Students prefer to go out and spend time under the shades of the tree than being in the classroom if they are not studying. And because there they can group, they can discuss things in a more relaxed manner. So I think having a green environment has that effect.
Please.
I think it's an interesting question, and the reason I think we are focusing on sustainable campuses is also evidenced by literature. At the moment, as far as for Maastricht, we don't have the evidence yet. What we do see, though, is that all the features that our Green Campus offers is something that many students mention when they enroll with us. That is something they appreciate. So we are tracking, why do you come to Maastricht? Problem-based learning, international, sustainable. These are arguments that they give. And we have, for instance, well-being cocoons at our campuses. They are fully booked. So students do use them. At the same time, we also conclude that mental health at the moment is still a problem. So apparently it's not taking away all the stress that was caused by the pandemic or by the high work pressure they perceive. So more longitudinal research would be needed to check out, but we fully rely on the positive effect as one of the side effects of this sustainable campus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to the second part of your question, I would like to answer, yes, reporting and measurement of impact in general is very important. So one of the action points that we're going to have implemented immediately, that we're going to have a yearly sustainability report where we see how we score on all the challenges and the projects, how we measure waste, energy, impact, and so on. That's, of course, very important.
Very briefly, I can share, I can answer. We don't have evidence. I think that that's an interesting point, but I can share anecdotically, we used to have a library here built in the 70s with very few windows, and now many of you had the opportunity to see the new library and perhaps to visit inside the library. Before we built this library, the old library was one of the least visited buildings in campus for long stays. I mean, people would go, get the book, take it, and go somewhere else. Now is the most demanded space in campus, and it changed. I mean, there is more natural lighting and more friendly in many aspects. So we see that, but as it was said, unfortunately, mental health is still going up. So there are other issues that are having an impact on that.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. We have time for an additional question or comment, if any one of you. Please, Dr.
Very exciting discussion. I just have a comment, and maybe we can all think about after we're done, is that we also, in the post-pandemic world particularly, we are faced with the changing landscape of our customer base. Prior to this, as far as undergraduate, we're dealing with 18, 22-year-olds primarily. But because of the pandemic, there's been setback of people coming to university. So some of them are coming back. Some of them may come back 10 years later. And also because of the changing landscape of technologies and knowledge base as required for jobs and so on. There are people who will come back to, let's say, the university to acquire other skills. So my projection is in 10 years' time or so, I mean 5 years, our customers are going to be of a different biological age and therefore life experience and whatnot. So as we progress towards, I guess, pushing forward the agenda of environmental sustainability and SDGs and so on, how do we deal with a different population who have, say, different life experience and whatnot? So this kind of is really sustainable education here now. So I don't have an answer. I don't think any one of us has the answer at this moment, but I think we should be prepared to think about that. And I mean, David, your beautiful library certainly appeals to the current population. But if you have a 30-some-year-old, 40-year-old coming back for an encore education, he or she has seen many things, so maybe she doesn't hang around as much now. So how do we appeal to that population, and then how do we make sure that they are also educated in the SDGs and related things? So just an added comment, that's all.
Thank you, Rocky. Yes, you are pulling a new aspect, very interesting. I just want to say that what you're mentioning is highly related to lifelong learning, actually, and all the needs of reskilling, upskilling. Actually, during the panel, your panel that you were talking about education, one aspect that I have heard also is that this transition towards a net zero economy will require new skills. And there is also the concern that we don't have that many people ready for that, and different levels, not just university level. And we universities have an opportunity and responsibility also there. So yes, a new topic for perhaps another conference related to lifelong learning.
Okay, if there are no more comments, I think we can close this fantastic panel. We heard many concrete proposals. Draft a list of experts, draft a list of concrete best practices, change habits, change practices in order to better the environment for sustainability. There are 5 or 6 common ideas I just want to highlight at the end on this panel. All the universities have a strategy plan with vision, goals, and a calendar, which is very, very important. And those plans, the strategic plans, are flexible and they adapt in time to involve all actors in the university: students, researchers, professors, authorities. Communicate appropriately is key for the success of your plan. Responsibility to the coming generations. Public trust is essential for the success of the whole effort. Collaborate with others, universities as well as local actors. Obviously, try to increase your resources and try to make the best outcome of your alliances. Well, thank you, and I think we can close with a rounding applause to our presidents.
Thank you, Miguel, and the panel, and all our panels for the excellent discussions today. Thank you. So now I'd like to welcome Sandra Almeida, our board chair, to make some brief closing remarks, after which Mike will have a couple of housekeeping announcements, so please wait for them.
Well, to start with this concluding remarks, I would like to cite the philosopher Bruno Latour, who died last year, and in one of his latest books, Down to Earth Politics in the New Climatic Regime from 2018, he said that the feeling of losing the world now is collective. And we can only find the solutions to the problems that we face regarding the climatic change collectively. So I think this was one of the meaning of the discussions we had here today, and the importance of the discussion for WUN, for our universities, for our countries, for the policies that we help to devise. And I would say that we can not only contribute to environmental sustainability, but also we can be indispensable actors in this process. And I was thinking about some of the discussions that we held last year in the UNESCO conference, World Higher Education Conference from 2022, in which one of the major topics was exactly sustainability and the role of universities in these aspects. And the conclusion was that, what I mentioned here when I was talking, that they cannot do the changes that need to be done without the universities, either by means of the research we do, as the panels here showed, by means of education, because that's our mission with the future generation, or by means of setting the examples with our internal policies. So these were the major issues addressed here, and the discussions were really excellent. And I would like to make a reference to the excellent and provocative keynote address by Professor Rodolfo Lessi. Despite the bleak future that we have ahead of us, he left us with some tasks that are very important for us. So he mentioned 10 possible roles in sustainability for WUN in addressing the topic. I think you remember one of the last slides that he showed. I think in a way he summarized a lot of the discussions that we had here. So I ask your permission to cite them. So the first one is conduct research on the theme. Number 2, incorporate sustainability into the curriculum. I think we gave several examples of that possibility. 3, promote sustainable practice on campus. We just heard a lot of examples along those lines too. Support community outreach and engagement. I think we also talked about that. We cannot do that alone without some kind of engagement. Support interdisciplinary collaboration. You know, the problems that we are facing, you know, they cannot really be solved by just one discipline. 6, provide resources and funding. I think it's our role as presidents. Foster partnerships. Influence policy and decision-making as presidents. Encourage student involvement. And the last one, establish sustainable policies. I think all these 10 issues were discussed here by several of the people who had a chance to talk to us. Besides that, I would like to pinpoint a lot at some of the issues addressed here. First of all is the sense of urgency that was very clear in Professor Lacey's talk. And with what Rocky said, that we borrow the earth from our children. I think we need to think in those terms. So we have an ethical responsibility in trying to help find the solutions. And one way, and this was repeated by several members of the panels here, it's important to create new paradigms. There is the need to be paradigm shifts, new ways of thinking regarding environmental issues in relation to all actions that we develop in our universities. And the discussions also show that the universities are part of the solution, as Andrew pointed out. And as I said, if we cannot do it alone, they cannot do it without us, the university. And also something that was addressed, that was repeated more than once, was the fact that we have a principle. Everybody agrees on the principle. Nobody's going to say that we don't have to think about sustainability. Andrew even talked about passion, you know, with the subject. But we have to transfer that principle and that passion into action, inserting the projects into the routine and the general activities of our university. So I think this is one, we saw several examples along those lines. And the importance of institutional frame to attempt to guarantee the centrality of the theme for all the actors involved, all the communities. We talked in the last panel about the university strategic plan specifically addressing the issues related to sustainability. And another thing that was discussed in all panels is how essential transdisciplinary is, how cross-discipline is a major argument that we have to discuss. The importance of community engagement and interaction with other actors, civil society, industry, companies, government, and how, and I think Donna brought it over and Bill too, the importance of also acknowledging all those knowledges outside the university, indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge as well, and at the same time sponsoring sponsoring scientific knowledge against disinformation. Was also Rocky talked about that. Dawn also talked about that. Talking about sustainability also. There is the need to fight misinformation about the subject, of some people that negate that there is an urgency to the matter. And the importance also was also mentioned by several of the speakers, the importance of creating a culture, a sustainable culture in our community, to think in all levels, teaching, research, and on an everyday basis. And also the initiatives on campus, they serve as a kind of inspiration and a kind of example as well of this socially responsible community, so that we can secure that our campus are also going to be this place that students and the community want to be, and to think in terms of the future that is sustainable. It was also mentioned before and also in this panel, the importance of having an integrated view of research, education, community engagement, and the internal processes. So think about the plan for strategic sustainability. Of course, there are several and many challenges and obstacles. The structures of our universities, that we have to give something back, that we have to attract, to take responsibility, to bring to us presidents the role of being the actor of change, at least to start with. But it's important also the communication, show them what we are doing, give trust that this is really something that is important for us, for them, and for humanity in general. And last but not least, the relevance for our purpose of SDG 17. Collaboration, partnership for the goals. I think that's what WUN is all about. So this is the key word: cooperation, alliance. We cannot do everything that has to be done without cooperation between our university, so that we can potentialize the impact of the actions that we developed in each one of our universities. So I think this is some of the important references that we saw here today. And I would like to conclude with a quote by an indigenous leader for my region in Brazil. And he said in a talk during the pandemic in my university, he said that we form a multitude of people that belong to the earth. So it's our responsibility to take care of this earth that supports all of us in this system. And he also said, it was during the pandemic, that we could not go back to a supposed normal situation as we had before the pandemic, that we would have to walk out of the pandemic in a different tune, in a different light, that we should have learned from the traumatic experience of the pandemic. And one of the things that he mentioned is that collaboration is the key word for us to think for the future. And he said, we collaborate as individuals, that is, I take a vaccine not only for myself, but to protect the other people, as institutions and also as countries. At the time, he said, we cannot fight this pandemic if you don't think in terms of collaboration. That's what we do in our tribe, and that's what I would like this university in the world to do as well. So I think it's an inspiration for us to think about what we can do together. And I would like to conclude this brief remarks expressing our satisfaction with the fact that this Presidents Forum with such a relevant topic happened at the context of Tecnológico de Monterrey 80th anniversary. So, vida longa a Monterrey, Tecnológico de Monterrey. Many thanks. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Sandra. For those of you that need to go